That's true. If the Yi family, just a cultivator family, can refine a replica of a celestial spirit treasure, then it's quite possible that other long-standing major sects and factions also have their own replicas. Hanley thought for a moment and had to admit this. You don't need to be too disheartened. Even though they are replicas, the materials used are not ordinary. Most of them have long disappeared from this world, and the existing ones are accumulated over countless years. Besides, don't you have a genuine void sky cauldron? If you can truly master this treasure, I doubt anyone in this world could be a match for you, the great evolution deity said in a slightly sour tone. Completely mastering the void sky cauldron, that's not something easily done. Without cultivation at the deity transformation stage, it's just a pipe dream. But if I truly reach the deity transformation stage, I could roam this world freely even without the void sky cauldron, Hanley replied with a bitter smile. Hearing this, the great evolution deity chuckled but said nothing more. At this time, apart from the figure in the white mist still introducing the flattening mountain seal, the hall was dead silent. Everyone was speechless, and the atmosphere became oppressive. The figure in the white mist, presiding over the exchange, knew that the momentum had reached a peak. With a slight cough, he finally began to explain the auction method for the item. It seems unnecessary to elaborate. Everyone already understands the value of this treasure. For the auction, the Yi family has prepared a list of materials. Whoever can provide the most materials from this list will get the treasure. Of course, if the highest value of the materials is clearly too low, it will be invalid. The final method will then be a spirit stone auction, starting at 3 million. The cultivators were taken aback by the sky-high price, but no one objected. Although this amount could match the majority of a mid-sized cultivator sect's spirit stone reserves, considering the treasure's value, it wasn't too high. In actual bidding, the price could easily multiply several times. Hearing this price, Hanley felt a chill in his heart and suddenly had a strange thought. If he auctioned off his magic essence drills, how many spirit stones could he get? Probably not a small amount either. But the two were really not comparable. The so-called demonic treasure, the magic dragon blade, was said to have been refined only once in ancient times. It was rumored that a demonic cultivator once used it to kill a deity transformation stage cultivator, showing its power was not inferior to a celestial spirit treasure. However, the magic dragon blade was a real treasure with great potential, unlike the magic essence drill, which could only be used as an elixir to enhance cultivation. While Han Li was thinking about these random things, the old man with the black crown took out a jade slip and started reading a list of materials. His voice wasn't loud, but all the cultivators heard it clearly. Everyone listened attentively, but Han Li was somewhat indifferent, having no intention of competing for the treasure. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted, but he knew his own limits. As an outsider, no matter how wealthy he was, he couldn't compete with the local sects of Great Jin. Treasures of this magnitude, which could affect the power balance of major sects, were not something individuals or small factions could own. Otherwise, why would the Yi family, with their position as the top family, willingly auction the flattening mountain seal? They probably did so to avoid pressure from other major factions. Listening to a few materials, Han Li confirmed his thoughts. The old man wasn't listing materials like the 5 elements jade, which were nearly impossible to find, but rather valuable ones that major sects would have in storage. It seemed the Yi family, unwilling to part with the treasure, wanted to bleed the major sects. Thinking this, Han Li stood up and walked towards the hall's exit. Such an action naturally drew attention. Many cultivators, especially those who noticed Han Li's magic essence drills, were surprised and watched him closely. Ignoring all this, Han Li walked calmly to the entrance, about to enter the shimmering white light barrier, when a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Taoist Han, why are you leaving now?" The familiar voice belonged to the elder with the surname Fu. Han Li paused slightly. His lips moved as he replied through voice transmission. "I've become a target. If I don't leave now, I might cause trouble. I haven't forgotten your matter. If it's not urgent, how about discussing it a few years later after I refine a certain treasure?" "My matter isn't very urgent, but Taoist Han, you've hidden well. To have a treasure like the magic essence drill and not reveal it, no wonder the Yin Luo sect pursued you so persistently. How about meeting in 3 years at Kao Yun Mansion in the South Border Province? I'll also invite a few other Taoist friends to Twin Scorpion Mountain. I can guarantee that although I need your help, it will greatly benefit you as well," the elder Fu said without hesitation. 3 years, that's sufficient time. I'll meet you then. Farewell for now, Han Li transmitted his response, then walked into the barrier without looking back. In a flash of white light, Han Li disappeared. A cup of tea later, Han Li transformed into a green streak, flying out from the underground exchange entrance. After circling above a ravine, he shot eastward without pause. Just moments after Han Li left, several cultivators also quietly exited the hall, hastily leaving. More cultivators, however, had other thoughts. Weighing the pros and cons, they mostly stayed, finding it hard to pass up the opportunity to bid for the flattening mountain seal. Though Han Li had rare treasures like the 5 elements jade, now that others had their eyes on him, it wasn't worth the trouble to pursue him and clash with other cultivators. After flying 1,000 miles, as Han Li's light passed near a mountain peak, a dragon-like sword hum suddenly emanated from within his body. His expression changed, and his light halted abruptly. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the surroundings sharply, while with a flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden flying swords surged out, hovering menacingly above him. "Since your presence is exposed, why not show yourself?" Han Li's eyes, glowing blue, fixed on an empty spot, speaking coldly. He, as expected of the one who killed my master's soul, you're indeed sharp." At the spot Han Li stared at, a flash of black light revealed a young man who bore a resemblance to Han Li. He wore a green robe and had an ordinary face, except for the black and purple light flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, Han Li, though not surprised, felt a sinking feeling. "So it's you. How did you find me?" Han Li asked seriously. "It seems you know who I am. Your flying swords are indeed refined with the golden thunder bamboo, able to sense and warn you. As for finding you so quickly, even I am surprised. I guess my luck is still good," the young man said leisurely after scrutinizing Han Li. "My 2 flying swords are with you, aren't they? If I didn't know who you are by now, I'd be foolish," Han Li said expressionlessly. "Indeed, your flying swords are here," the ancient demon's split soul said, raising his hand to reveal 2 trembling golden swords, struggling to fly towards Han Li, but bound by layers of black threads. Han Li's face darkened instantly. "Your flying swords are made of demon-slaying golden thunder bamboo. Such an amount is unbelievable. No wonder my master couldn't defeat you and met his end. Because of your actions, I avoided being devoured, but I can never regain my peak power in the demon realm. Should I?" "You didn't come here just to chat, did you?" Han Li sneered. "Whether it's a chat depends on your attitude. If you tell me how you obtained so much golden thunder bamboo, I might spare you. Otherwise, I'll have to extract your soul and search it myself," the split soul said, glancing at the golden swords. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his lips twitched slightly as he exhaled. "Wanting to kill me and being able to are 2 different things. I'm not interested in chatting or revealing secrets. I'd like to see how your abilities compare to your master's. Last I remember, you were badly injured in Tiannan. I doubt you've recovered so quickly," Han Li said with narrowed eyes, a cold gleam in his gaze. Revealing the secret of his small bottle was out of the question. "I wanted you to have a few more last words, but if you're uncooperative, there's no need," the split soul said, his killing intent rising as his eyes glowed with black and purple light. Just as Han Li was preparing to fight the ancient demon's split soul to test whether it had fully recovered from its injuries, the ancient demon's expression suddenly changed, and it glanced sharply behind. Han Li was momentarily stunned, but quickly sensed something as well, raising an eyebrow as he looked in the same direction. Moments later, in the distant sky, a flash of spiritual light appeared. A startling rainbow suddenly materialized on the horizon, rapidly shooting towards them at a speed that surprised Han Li, with the sound of wind and thunder faintly emanating from the light. Seeing an approaching cultivator, the ancient demon's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam, but instead of showing a fierce expression, it became expressionless and simply watched the approaching streak of light. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling rainbow covered the short distance of 20 or 30 miles and stopped a few dozen feet away, revealing a disheveled-headed monk. This monk, with a face full of muscle, was holding a crimson bowl in one hand and a 3-foot-long jade green staff in the other. He glanced at Han Li and the ancient demon, noting their similar appearances, and his eyes flashed with suspicion. "Which one of you has just come from the exchange meeting? I have some important matters to discuss with you," the monk asked, his eyes shifting slightly and his face breaking into a smile. Hanley's mouth twitched as he cast a sidelong glance at the monk, remaining silent. This monk was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, seemingly quite powerful both in cultivation and the treasures he possessed. No wonder he dared to chase after them alone. However, Han Li was well aware of the monk's intentions and couldn't be bothered to respond. The ancient demon, on the other hand, had been gazing up at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back since the monk's arrival, completely ignoring him. The monk was infuriated by their attitude. Since advancing to the nascent soul stage, he had relied on his blood flame bowl and coiled dragon staff to command great respect from fellow cultivators. Never had he been so blatantly disregarded. Despite the ancient demon and Han Li displaying mid and early nascent soul stage cultivations respectively, and looking so alike, the monk naturally assumed they were allies. Facing two opponents alone, he didn't believe he would surely lose, but the chance of winning seemed slim. Thus, despite his anger, he restrained himself, contemplating how to defeat them one by one. Before he could devise a plan, more lights flashed in the direction he came from. 3 streaks of different colored light appeared, shooting towards them together. The monk was taken aback. He prided himself on his unique speed in pursuit, having caught up with Han Li so quickly. Yet these 3 were nearly as fast as him. Clearly, monopolizing the treasure was becoming unlikely. But their arrival also meant he didn't have to face 2 opponents alone, which wasn't entirely a bad thing. With this in mind, the monk's expression turned sinister as he cast a menacing glance at Han Li and the ancient demon. Sensing the monk's hostile gaze, the ancient demon, who had been staring at the sky, lowered his head and looked at the approaching lights with impatience. Such a nuisance. I thought there was only one meddler, but it seems more are here to die. In that case, I'll deal with you first, he said coldly. Then, with a flash of black light, he transformed into a streak of black light, shooting towards the monk. Cursing inwardly, the monk flipped the crimson bowl in his hand, releasing a surge of blood-red flames that formed a protective fire curtain around him. Simultaneously, he sent the green staff flying, which transformed into a jade-green dragon to intercept the black light. As the dragon spewed green mist and lunged at the black light trembled and vanished mid-flight. An experienced combatant, the monk was alarmed and immediately cast several blue incantations into the surrounding flames, causing them to surge and form a towering blue-red whirlwind of fire. Still worried, he reached for another protective treasure at his waist. But at that moment, black light flashed nearby, and 2 pitch-black arms shot out, piercing the fire curtain without hesitation. Ah, the monk gasped. Without thinking, he opened his mouth, spitting out a golden shield of light in front of him while his body trembled, preparing to flee. With a light pop, the golden shield shattered like paper under the demon's strike. Before the monk could move, his abdomen was pierced by 2 large holes. The demonic arms then viciously tore his body apart, scattering organs and blood in the air. A red nascent soul cried out and fled on a golden flying sword, appearing 20-some feet away in an instant. Just as it tried to flee further, a purple line flashed behind it. The nascent soul felt a searing pain in its head before being pierced through. With a final scream, it lost all strength and was swept up by the purple line, disappearing into the flames. At this moment, the three lights reached several hundred feet away, and the cultivators within saw everything clearly. Terrified, they immediately turned and fled even faster than they had arrived. These three early nascent soul stage cultivators, initially confident in their joint effort, were horrified to witness the infamous mid-stage nascent soul monk, the vicious fire monk, being instantly killed and captured. They dared not seek treasure at the cost of their lives and fled without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, the three streaks of light vanished. Han Li, witnessing the ancient demon's brutal and swift killing of the monk, took a sharp breath, staring at the distant flames with a changing expression. A piercing laugh emanated from the flames, which then extinguished, revealing the ancient demon. Seeing the demon's half-human, half-demonic form, Han Li's face darkened. The demon's exposed arms and legs were now pitch black and significantly larger, having burst through his clothes. Even more terrifying, the demon's mouth held a long purple tongue, several feet long, impaling the monk's nascent soul, while his cold, emotionless eyes stared at Han Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes, meeting the demon's gaze without flinching. Han, you can't linger here. We're too close to the underground exchange. More cultivators may arrive soon, and then it will be difficult to leave, reminded the Grand Yan Divine Monarch anxiously. I know. I wanted to test the differences in abilities between this demon and its main soul, but it's too risky now. Let's go, Han Li replied calmly. With a shake of his sleeve, the hovering golden flying swords hummed before being withdrawn. He then spat several blood droplets, enveloping himself in a thick blood mist. Too late to think about leaving, the ancient demon sneered. It retracted its tongue, swallowing the nascent soul, and disappeared in a flash. Ignoring the demon, Han Li quickly performed hand seals, and amidst the sound of thunder, a pair of silver wings appeared on his back, his figure becoming indistinct in the blood mist. At that moment, the demon reappeared in front of Han Li, its speed nearly double what it had shown against the monk, indicating it hadn't been serious before. Han Li's face changed, sensing danger. The demon, grinning savagely, opened its mouth to strike with its purple tongue. But suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in the demon's mind, causing a sharp pain. The demon groaned, pausing momentarily. In that instant, Han Li turned into a blood shadow and shot out of the mist, disappearing over the horizon within breaths. The demon, shocked, extended its senses, but found Han Li's presence 100 miles away, only for him to vanish again with another blood shadow technique. The demon stood there, stunned. Shadow escape? Isn't that the Ironwing Devil's secret technique? How can a human cultivator perform it? This is troublesome. No, it seems different. it muttered, pondering deeply. Just then, more lights flashed in the distant sky. 6 or 7 streaks of various colors appeared, shooting towards them. The demon, startled from its thoughts, glanced coldly at the approaching cultivators, a sinister gleam in its eyes. Perfect timing. The nascent souls I devoured years ago are almost refined. Another batch should fully restore my strength in a few years, the demon muttered, releasing a massive surge of black-purple demonic energy, which enveloped its form. With several roars, the demon transformed into a towering 2-headed, 4-armed figure, its cold, emotionless eyes fixed on the approaching lights. Huiyun Prefecture, situated on the eastern coast of the Jin dynasty, was a bustling coastal state. Many port towns line the coast, frequented by overseas cultivators trading beast materials for inland cultivation resources. Consequently, the large markets in this state thrived year-round, bringing wealth to the sects managing these markets, with significant spirit stone revenues annually. Even small, remote markets could generate considerable income if they had geographical advantages. Kaijiang Town, about 200 miles from the coast, was a small town, and a few miles from it stood a modest mountain. This mountain, barely 200 or 300 feet high and covering an area of a dozen miles, had a weak spiritual vein, unattractive even to slightly larger cultivation families. However, this small mountain, barely qualifying as a spiritual mountain, was home to a minor cultivation sect called the Heavenly Talisman Sect. This sect was nearly the lowest rung of the cultivation world, with a head count of barely over 100, including the sect master, elders, and disciples. The small spiritual vein was just enough to sustain the sect members. Despite its current decline, the Heavenly Talisman sect had a long history. Although not as ancient as sects like the Teiyi sect or the Yin Luo sect, which dated back to ancient times, the sect's founder, the Heavenly Talisman Master, had, several tens of thousands of years ago, shaken the entire Jin dynasty with 3 great secret talismans of his own creation. The sect had once boasted tens of thousands of disciples and dominated an entire state. However, their rise and fall were both due to talismans. While the sect excelled in talisman creation, its main cultivation techniques were mediocre. After a few generations, the sect quickly declined. Today, it barely survived by relying on a few unique talisman techniques. In such a fallen state, the sect rarely saw visits from higher-level cultivators, aside from those from similarly struggling sects. The disciples on daily guard duty led leisurely lives, either meditating or chatting idly. On this particular day, 2 Qi condensation disciples guarding the mountain gate were sighing together, looking utterly dejected. "Senior Brother Li, is it true that the market will be closed? Although I haven't been in the sect long, I know that the Sanyuan market accounts for almost half of our sect's income. Without these spirit stones, it'll be even harder for our sect to sustain itself," murmured a handsome 16 or 17-year-old disciple to his companion. "Whether the market closes or not isn't up to us. Recently, the Ling Feng sect issued an ultimatum to our sect leader. The market must either merge with theirs or close within 3 months. They're simply using their power to bully us. The other disciple, a stout young man in his mid-20s, replied with a helpless sigh. Merging the market sounds like it might be a good idea, the younger disciple said, surprised. What's good about it? I heard from an elder that after merging, we won't have any say in the market's business, and the Ling Feng sect will only give us 1,000 spirit stones a year. That's less than 1/3 of our current income, the young man replied angrily. With so little offered, how could our sect agree? Even if the Ling Feng sect is powerful, how could Jinxiashan and Minjiang Valley agree to this? The Sanyuan market is managed by our 3 sects together. If we join forces, we don't have to fear the Ling Feng sect too much, the younger disciple wondered. HMPH, it's not just the Ling Feng sect. I heard that the Sheyang sect might be behind this too. That's a genuine mid-tier sect, far beyond what we can contend with. Today, the sect leader invited the leaders of the other 2 sects to discuss countermeasures. Their situation isn't much better than ours. They won't give up the market income easily, the young man explained. The Sheyang sect. That's indeed trouble we can't handle. It looks like our sect is in for a tough time, the younger disciple said, feeling despondent. If the sect's income significantly decreased, the amount of spirit stones they received each year would also sharply decline. Forget it. These matters are beyond us low-level disciples. We'll leave it to the sect leader and elders. Our sect, no matter how bad, is still better than being rogue cultivators. Let's focus on guarding the gate and stop discussing this, or we might lose spirit stones if the elders find out. Wait, what's that? The young man sighed, then suddenly noticed something in the sky and exclaimed. The younger disciple looked up. In the distance, spiritual light flashed, and a startling blue rainbow several feet long appeared, shooting rapidly towards them with astonishing speed. Who is that? It looks like they're coming here, the younger disciple exclaimed, seeing the rapid approach of the blue light. Although new to the sect, he could tell that such impressive speed was beyond the capabilities of the sect's foundation establishment elders, making him quite uneasy. I don't know, maybe they're here to see the ancestor, the young man said, equally puzzled but trying to reassure himself. In no time, the blue rainbow reached near White Bamboo Mountain. Seeing the 2 disciples from afar, the rainbow flashed and descended, revealing a young man in his 20s in a green robe, with an imposing demeanor. It was Han Li, who had been keeping a low profile since the trade fair. It had been 4 months since his escape from the ancient demon. Is this White Bamboo Mountain, home of the heavenly talisman sect? Han Li asked, glancing at the 2 disciples and the faintly visible mountain gate restrictions behind them. This is indeed White Bamboo Mountain. Is there something we can help you with, Senior? The 2 disciples couldn't discern Han Li's exact cultivation, but sensed he was a powerful senior, so they quickly bowed respectfully. I'm in the right place. I have something important related to your sect's history and need to see your sect master. Please inform them, Han Li said calmly. Yes, Senior, please wait a moment. The young man hastily took out a transmission talisman, spoke a few words into it, and then threw it behind him. The talisman turned into a flash of fire and disappeared into the restriction. Hanley stood motionless, but his divine sense discreetly scanned the small mountain. Despite the restriction, he could vaguely sense its layout. His brows furrowed slightly. Though he knew the heavenly talisman sect was small, he didn't expect it to house only 100 or so people, with just one foundation establishment cultivator's presence on the mountain. It seemed the sect was as insignificant as the elder in the netherworld had described. If not for the appearance of the demonic serpents in Huiyun Prefecture, and his interest in learning the crafting of spirit talismans, he wouldn't have come to such a place. Moments later, the mountain gate shimmered with yellow light, revealing a 10-foot-high entrance. Several cultivators emerged, walking towards Han Li. Upon seeing Han Li, the faces of the cultivators changed. An elder in a yellow brocade robe quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply with utmost respect. I am Yue Zhen, the sect master of the Heavenly Talisman sect. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner, Senior, the elder said, his voice trembling slightly. Though he couldn't discern Han Li's cultivation, his experience with higher-level cultivators made him realize Han Li's formidable presence, filling him with fear. Such a powerful cultivator could easily annihilate their small sect. Upon receiving the transmission talisman, he had expected a foundation establishment cultivator. To be safe, he had sent for the sect's only foundation establishment elder. But now, it seemed that precaution was unnecessary. No need to be alarmed. I'm here at someone's request, with no ill intentions, Han Li said with a light laugh, seeing the nervous faces around him. At someone's request? I'm a bit confused, but this isn't the place to talk. Please come up the mountain and we can discuss it in detail, Yue Zhen said, relieved but cautious, and invited Han Li up the mountain. Going up the mountain? All right. This matter indeed requires more explanation, Han Li agreed after a brief pause. Please follow me, Yue Zhen said joyfully, stepping aside to let Han Li lead the way, showing his respect. Without hesitation, Han Li entered the mountain gate, followed by the other respectful cultivators. White Bamboo Mountain was small, with few buildings at the peak. Besides a main hall and some pavilions, the disciples' residences were elsewhere. Yue Zhen led Han Li directly to the main hall. To Han Li's surprise, two middle-aged cultivators in non-sect attire were already seated inside. Seeing Han Li, they quickly sensed his immense power, jumped up in shock, and hurried over to greet him. Han Li gave a slight nod and took a seat without ceremony. The other cultivators remained standing, not daring to sit. Yue Zhen, feeling somewhat apologetic, spoke to the two non-sect cultivators. Friends, we have an esteemed guest. We'll have to reschedule our discussion. Ha, it's only right to attend to such a distinguished guest first. Indeed, we shall take our leave. The two cultivators, clearly envious, bid farewell and left the hall after paying their respects to Han Li. Almost simultaneously, a flash of white light appeared, and a white-robed elder materialized inside the hall. The cultivators, seeing him, quickly greeted him with smiles, Uncle Wen, Elder Wen. When the old man's gaze naturally fell on Han Li, his facial muscles twitched suddenly. He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "I heard from nephew that a distinguished guest was visiting our sect. I didn't expect it to be a nascent soul cultivator like you, senior. I apologize for not coming out to greet you." This elder of the Heavenly Talisman sect wore a face full of respect. When the Foundation establishment cultivators, including Yue Zhen, heard the elder's words, they were greatly shocked, and any remaining doubts they had completely vanished. They looked at Han Li with even more reverence. For the current Heavenly Talisman sect, a nascent soul cultivator was an unattainable existence. "I'm just delivering something at someone's request. There's no need to be so formal," Han Li said calmly, pausing before continuing. "I've had this item with me for several years. Now that I happen to be in Huyun's state on business, I naturally want to return it. This item is meant for your sect master." With that, Han Li patted his waist with one hand, and a square bone box appeared in his hand, which he then placed on the table in front of him. The elder surnamed, Wen was momentarily stunned, but quickly turned his head and said, "Nephew Yue, you heard the senior. Go and see what the senior has brought. If it is indeed something our sect has lost, we must express our gratitude to the senior." "Yes, uncle," Yue Zhen replied respectfully. He stepped forward, took the bone box in his hands, and curiously opened it. Inside were several bone pieces, covered in tiny characters. "What is this?" Yue Zhen muttered in surprise as he picked up one of the pieces and examined it closely. Han Li merely smiled without speaking. "It's the Spirit Descent Talisman, the method for making the Spirit Descent Talisman. The handwriting is from Uncle Yun," Yue Zhen exclaimed joyfully after a brief look. "Uncle Yun, are you sure?" the elder surnamed Wen asked, his expression turning serious. "I'm absolutely sure. There's a handwritten piece by Uncle Yun hanging in the sect master's study that I see every day. There's no way I could be mistaken," Yue Zhen said without hesitation. The other cultivators were equally astonished. "Indeed, this item was entrusted to me by Taoist Yun. The Spirit Descent Talisman is one of your sect's 3 great secret talismans. There's no mistaking it," Han Li said non-committally. "Of course there's no mistake. But when did you meet Uncle Yun?" "Many years ago, before I even formed my golden core, Uncle Yun disappeared mysteriously while on a trip overseas. Decades have passed with no news. Uncle Yun wasn't harmed, was he?" the elder surnamed Wen asked with concern. "He should be fine. In fact, my meeting with your sect master was also a coincidence. Many years ago, I encountered the same predicament. At that time, Han Li roughly recounted the events of the ghost mist and the netherworld, omitting sensitive details about himself and the netherworld beast crystals. It's hard to imagine such a perilous place exists in the world. No wonder many cultivators have mysteriously disappeared along the coast over the years. It turns out it was the work of this ghost mist, the elder surnamed Wen said, gasping at the thought of the netherworld where one couldn't use their powers. Indeed, I barely escaped with great difficulty. This box's contents were entrusted to me by your sect master to deliver to your sect at the first opportunity. However, as someone interested in the art of talisman making, I also studied the spirit descent talisman method. I hope my fellow Taoists won't mind, Hanley said with a twinkle in his eye, smiling. Senior's act of returning the talisman method is already a great favor to our sect. How could we have any other thoughts? Although the spirit descent talisman is supposed to be known only to the sect master, if it weren't for you, even the secret technique would have been lost. So naturally, there's no need to adhere to old rules, the elder surnamed Wen said respectfully. Yue Zhen also nodded repeatedly in agreement. With such open-minded fellow Taoists, I feel a bit embarrassed. But now that the item has been delivered, I have fulfilled my obligation and will take my leave, Han Li said, nodding with satisfaction as he stood up. We haven't even thanked you for your kindness in delivering this item. Why not stay in our sect for a few more days so that we can properly host you? The elder surnamed Wen said hurriedly. He was not only happy about the return of the spirit descent talisman, but also eager to build a relationship with this suddenly appeared nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention, if it became known that their sect could associate with a nascent soul cultivator, the heavenly talisman sect's status among the smaller sects would rise dramatically. It might even solve their current major problem. Sit for a while longer, Hanley said with a faint smile. Senior Han, since you are interested in the art of talisman making, our sect, though lacking in other respects, has quite a collection of talisman-related texts. If you don't mind, you could take a look. Perhaps you could also give us some guidance, Yue Zhen suggested, his eyes turning as he spoke. Talisman texts. Han Li was slightly taken aback, then pondered for a moment, feeling tempted. The elder surnamed Wen, initially stunned, quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I do have some interest in talisman making. I'll stay in your sect for a few days. Han Li finally nodded, intrigued by the heavenly talisman sect's secret techniques after learning about the spirit descent talisman. Wonderful. It's an honor for our sect to have you stay, Senior. Would you like to rest first and then? The elder surnamed Wen said carefully, overjoyed. No need. Take me to the scripture pavilion now. Han Li shook his head. With his current cultivation level, he could restore his energy simply by meditating while reading. Very well. Nephew Yang, take Senior Han to our scripture pavilion. Fulfill any of his requests, the elder surnamed when instructed a middle-aged cultivator. As you command, Uncle Wen. Senior Han, please follow me, the middle-aged cultivator said respectfully. Tan Li nodded and followed the man out of the main hall. Who would have thought Uncle Yun was trapped in such a ghostly place? No wonder he disappeared so mysteriously all those years ago. It's a blessing that our sect's spirit descent talisman secret technique has been recovered. The elder surnamed Wen sighed after Han Li had left for a while. But if we can take this opportunity to befriend Senior Han and spread the word, it will greatly benefit our sect. For one, the current market issue could be resolved. Another cultivator, who had remained silent, said slowly. With a nascent soul cultivator as our backer, the Lingfeng sect would surely retreat, and even the Sheyang sect wouldn't risk offending a nascent soul cultivator over a small market. But from Senior Han's words, it seems he and Uncle Yun weren't particularly close. With his status, why would he help us for no reason? We don't have anything in our sect that could interest Senior Han. But if we miss this chance, it would be a great loss, Yue Zhen murmured with a bitter smile. This is indeed a dilemma, the elder surnamed Wen said, frowning. The other cultivators looked at each other with worried expressions. Meanwhile, Han Li had already arrived at a modest-looking building with the middle-aged cultivator. This 3-story building was enveloped in a pale blue restriction. Inside the first floor, an old man sat cross-legged on a mat, holding a jade slip as if reading its contents. Nephew Li, come and meet Senior Han, the middle-aged cultivator ordered unceremoniously when he saw the old man. He then turned to Han Li, explaining respectfully. This nephew Li is in charge of managing the scripture pavilion and is very familiar with its contents. The old man seemed startled by the middle-aged cultivator's voice. He quickly put away the jade slip, sprang up, and hurried over. Uncle Yang, I didn't come out to greet you. Please forgive me. This is Senior Han. The old man said, initially smiling ingratiatingly at the middle-aged cultivator, but his voice trembled and his expression froze when he glanced at Han Li. Nephew Li. Han Li looked closely at the old man's face, surprised and with a strange expression. Senior, do you know this disciple? The middle-aged cultivator asked in surprise. Nothing. This person just looks very much like an old acquaintance of mine. But on closer inspection, it's not him. I must have mistaken him for someone else, Han Li said, quickly masking his surprise with a smile. Haha, I see. Then I'll leave Senior to meditate here. Nephew Li, you don't need to tidy up here. Follow me outside, the middle-aged cultivator ordered, though clearly curious, but not daring to probe further. No need. Since this person is familiar with the pavilion's texts, he might be useful to me. Let him stay with me for a few days, Han Li said with a light laugh, glancing meaningfully at the old man. Since Senior wishes it, we shall comply. Nephew Li, this is your chance. Be sure to heed Senior Han's instructions, the middle. Aged cultivator said, somewhat envious that Nephew Li would get to spend time with a nascent soul cultivator. However, seeing that Han Li was sending him off, he didn't linger, exiting with a trace of puzzlement. After watching the middle-aged cultivator leave, Han Li turned to the old man, smiling with deep meaning. Should I call you Brother Xiang or Brother Li? Han Li suddenly asked with a smile after scrutinizing the old man carefully. Senior Han, I don't quite understand what you mean. Could it be that I resemble someone you know? The old man's eyes flickered a few times, but his initial odd expression was replaced with a placating smile. At this point, Brother Xiang, there's no need to hide. Don't forget that we cultivators have photographic memories. Back in the blood trials, it was just a few of us who survived from Yellow Maple Valley. Even though it's been many years, how could I mistake you? Han Li said, raising his eyebrows and narrowing his eyes. This old man was Xiang Zhili, who had tried to team up with Han Li during the blood trials. He had surprisingly survived with only 10th level qi condensation cultivation, astonishing many present. However, Han Li's later achievements had overshadowed him. Han Li had sensed something secretive about him back then, but hadn't interacted much after successfully forming his foundation and being taken under Li Hueyuan's tutelage. The demon sect invasion had further obscured Xiang's fate. To Han Li's surprise, after so many years, he encountered Xiang Zhili again in a minor sect in the Great Jin. He couldn't help but be astonished. After all, Xiang had been old back then, and even a foundation establishment cultivator should have died of old age by now. Yet, Xiang's appearance was almost unchanged, making Han Li very wary. Xiang must have been hiding his true strength back then. Such coincidences do happen in this world. It seems there's someone who looks exactly like me. However, Senior, you must be mistaken. My surname is Li, not Xiang. If I truly were related to someone of your stature, why would I deny it? The old man persisted in denying with a smile. Han Li's face darkened, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. If you say so, perhaps I am mistaken. Never mind. Just show me the talisman-making manuals, Han Li said after a moment, his expression softening suddenly. Of course. Follow me, Senior. Our Heavenly Talisman sect has a considerable collection of talisman-making texts. The more advanced ones are on the 2nd floor and above. Let me show you, the old man said, maintaining his obsequious smile. He led Han Li to the 2nd floor, where the layout resembled the first, filled with bookshelves. Han Li scanned the area while the old man moved swiftly, despite his age, gathering a small pile of jade slips in no time. He placed them before Han Li, trying to ingratiate himself. Senior, these are the talisman texts from this floor. There are more on the 3rd floor. Shall I fetch them for you? The old man offered eagerly. No need. These are enough for a day or two. I'll find the 3rd floor texts myself. You don't need to stay here, Han Li said kindly. I won't disturb your studies then. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be downstairs, the old man said with a smile before bowing out. Watching the old man leave, Han Li's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Senior Dayan, did you sense this person's true cultivation? I tried probing with my divine sense, but only detected a qi condensation level illusion. His real cultivation is indiscernible. It's as if he has no spiritual power at all, Han Li asked, concerned. Same here. Though my divine sense is stronger than yours, I encountered the same situation. It's indeed strange, Dayan Shenjun replied seriously. Could it be his divine sense is much stronger than yours? Hanley asked, shocked. That's unlikely. Even if someone in this realm had a stronger divine sense, it wouldn't be enough to completely block me. It could be a special secret art or a powerful artifact hiding his true cultivation. Or there's another possibility. Dayan Shenjun hesitated. What possibility? Hanley pressed. He could be in the transformation stage, capable of dispersing his spiritual power throughout his body and even hiding his nascent soul. This would make it impossible for you to detect his true level, Dayan Shenjun explained slowly. A transformation stage cultivator. You must be joking, Han Li said, startled despite his usual calm. Though I've never reached the transformation stage, I've studied it. This ability is fundamental to such cultivators, Dayan Shenjun said calmly. I'm not questioning the abilities of a transformation stage cultivator. But aren't they supposed to ascend to the spirit realm upon reaching that stage? Why would one remain here? Hanley asked, regaining his composure. I haven't seen a transformation stage cultivator, but I'm sure some remain in this world, and not just one or two. Having the ability to ascend and actually ascending are different. There might be restrictions preventing them from showing themselves often, Dayan Shenjun mused. Such things exist. Why haven't you mentioned this before? Han Li was taken aback. You hadn't even reached the late nascent soul stage. Knowing this wouldn't have helped you. If you reach the transformation stage, you'll understand. Historically, all transformation stage cultivators have disappeared from the mortal realm, Dayan Shenjun said curtly. Indeed. So, there's a chance that old man is a transformation stage cultivator, Han Li said with a wry smile. Yes, there's a possibility. Even if not, he gives off a dangerous vibe. Best not to provoke him, Dayan Shenjun advised. I thought I was imagining it. That's why I changed my approach. He seems to have reasons for hiding in various places, often as a low-ranking disciple. We should act like we know nothing, Han Li decided. Indeed, but leaving the heavenly talisman sect soon would be wise. If he's a transformation stage cultivator and decides to eliminate witnesses, your life could be at risk, Dayan Shenjun warned. I understand, but leaving abruptly might arouse suspicion. I'll stay for a few days as planned. If he's hiding, he must have limitations. A transformation stage cultivator would hardly need to be so secretive otherwise, Han Li reasoned calmly. You have a point. Perhaps I was overcautious, Dayan Shenjun admitted with a rare compliment. By the way, the damage from using blood shadow escape is almost healed. Shall we start making the puppet? Han Li asked, changing the subject. Yes, I've been waiting for this. We need the red fire Jiao scales first. The black phoenix feather can wait until after the puppet is made, Han Li said, having planned meticulously. Ha ha, seeing this puppet before my time is up will be fulfilling, Dayan Shenjun laughed joyfully. Han Li smiled slightly and said no more. With a flick of his sleeve, several formation flags shot out, surrounding the area. A pale blue barrier appeared, enveloping the floor. Han Li stayed in the Tianfu sect's scripture pavilion for 3 days and 3 nights, thoroughly flipping through all the scrolls and documents related to talisman crafting on the 2nd and 3rd floors. He discovered quite a few unique talisman-making techniques. Without hesitation, he copied them all down to study them carefully in his spare time. From some of the documents, Han Li also learned about the other 2 major secret talismans of the Tianfu sect, which surprised him. The soul transformation talisman is a type of talisman that integrates a specially crafted talisman into the body, refining it day and night in the Danshan. In the future, it can be used endlessly with various spirit talismans. This talisman is somewhat similar to a magic treasure. If cultivated to a certain degree, it not only exhibits sharp transformations, but can even perform divine abilities similar to the demonic art calamity transformation, without the need for the body to endure the backlash of the technique. The 6-ding celestial armor talisman is a secretive technique that uses the power of talismans to condense the nearby spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a 6-layer shield. As long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not exhausted, the 6-layer shield can continuously regenerate. It is one of the few spells in the world that can manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without requiring a nascent soul cultivation base, which is quite astonishing. Regarding the soul transformation talisman, it's relatively straightforward. As long as one advances to the foundation establishment stage, they have the ability to refine it using the fire of the elixir, making it a divine ability practiced by all generations of nascent soul cultivators in the Tianfu sect. However, the power of the soul transformation talisman depends not only on the cultivation level and duration of the spirit talisman practitioner, but also on the materials used and its grade during its creation. The 6-ding celestial armor talisman, on the other hand, is different. Anyone can manipulate it as long as they can refine it. However, the effectiveness of the talisman depends entirely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The denser the spiritual energy, the more astonishing the power of the talisman. According to records from an elder of a certain generation in the Tianfu sect, the jade slip of the 6-ding celestial armor talisman inexplicably disappeared shortly after the passing of the true person of the Tianfu. This alarmed the powerful cultivators of the Tianfu sect at that time. Later generations of Tianfu sect leaders considered retrieving this secret art as the top priority of the sect, but there were no clues at all, and they have been fruitless ever since. After the decline of the Tianfu sect, naturally, they had no ability to continue investigating. This matter gradually became neglected. As for the descending spirit talisman, due to material issues, few people have been able to refine it since its creation. Therefore, although the Tianfu sect has always claimed to possess the 3 major spirit talismans, in reality, only the soul transformation talisman is truly effective. After Han Li finished reading the relevant documents, he naturally became very interested in the other 2 types of spirit talismans, each of which seemed to possess considerable divine abilities. Especially the soul transformation talisman, which could actually function similarly to the calamity transformation technique, making it the best means of saving one's life at certain times. 3 days later, when Han Li finished reading the last jade slip, he stood up from the mat, stretched lazily, and scanned downstairs with his spiritual sense, sensing Xiang Zhili waiting on the first floor. Han Li frowned. This Xiang's senior brother, who had worried him for half a day, had been exceptionally obedient these past few days. Apart from cultivating in seclusion with closed eyes, he had done nothing else and hadn't even stepped out of the attic. What amused him outside the attic was that, since the first day he looked through the documents, several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Tianfu sect had been waiting outside in turns, as if they were afraid he would leave without saying goodbye. After thinking about it, Han Li walked downstairs. "Elder, have you finished reading everything?" The old man, upon seeing Han Li appear, immediately collected the jade slip in his hand, smiling broadly. "I've read everything I need to. You're free to go about your business here." Han Li chuckled lightly, with profound meaning in his words, and then walked outside the attic on his own. The old man watched Han Li's figure and didn't move from the spot. After a flash of light in his eyes, he quickly returned to his usual self. It's quite a coincidence that waiting for Han Li outside the attic was the same Xiang cultivator who had brought him here. As soon as he saw Han Li come out, he hurriedly saluted and greeted him, respectfully inviting Han Li to visit the main hall again. Since he had seen the treasures of the other party, it was only natural to give face. Han Li nodded and agreed to come down. The middle-aged cultivator sent a transmission symbol and headed straight to the main hall with Han Li. Waiting for Han Li in the main hall were 2 unfamiliar cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage, in addition to several Tianfu sect elders who had met once before. Senior Tianfu sect immediately introduced them upon Han Li's arrival. "These 2 are Senior Chang from the Jinzia Mountain and Senior Zai from the Minjiang Valley. Upon hearing that Senior came to our sect, they specially visited and have been waiting for Senior the whole day." "Oh, Senior Chang and Senior Zai are so thoughtful. I've been studying some secret talisman techniques these days, so I apologize for keeping you waiting," Han Li said calmly, showing no emotion. "No problem. It's our pleasure to see Senior's true face today," the 2 men said in unison after scanning Han Li's cultivation level, both stunned. To be honest, when they heard the report from the sect masters of both sects that a Foundation establishment cultivator had come to the Tianfu sect, they were skeptical. After all, they knew little about the Tianfu sect situation. Although the 3 sects belonged to the same small sect, they always advanced and retreated together and supported each other. The Tianfu sect was the weakest of the 3 sects, and how could a Foundation establishment cultivator come to such a small sect? But now that they've seen the formidable cultivation of Han Li, they no longer doubt. After Han Li sat down, he signaled slightly, and the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators and Yue Zhen dared to sit down as well. The other foundation establishment cultivators could only stand respectfully on the side. Senior, did you gain anything in the scripture pavilion? Although our sect is not good at talisman making, we also have some talisman-making scriptures. If Senior is interested, you can take a look, said Senior Zai, a plain-looking woman with a pleasant voice. No need for such trouble. I have urgent matters to attend to and will leave for Linjiang Mansion soon. Han Li glanced at the woman and smiled faintly. Linjiang Mansion. Senior, are you going after those evil flood dragons? Senior Chang exclaimed. How do you know? Han Li's expression changed, asking. Recently, the cultivators who went to Linjiang Mansion were all going after those flood dragons. Senior's information might not be the latest. Senior Chang hesitated. I received the news half a year ago in Yifeng City and came from afar. I heard these flood dragons are around the 7th level and haven't been exterminated by other cultivators so quickly, Han Li said with a darkened face, slowly speaking. That's right. Instead, in a recent ambush battle, although one flood dragon was killed, many cultivators hunting the dragons suffered losses. Even a nascent soul cultivator was seriously injured, explained Senior Tianfu sect hastily. A nascent soul cultivator was injured too. What happened? Han Li was somewhat surprised. It was when a sudden 8th-level blue dragon appeared among the group of flood dragons. The cultivators who were originally planning to ambush naturally suffered a big loss without being on guard. Later, I heard that several elders from the Southern Sea Gate joined forces to repel the flood dragons, but they couldn't kill them. These flood dragons simply fled to several islands by the sea, lurking there and constantly attacking lone cultivators and ordinary people's boats. Once the nascent soul cultivators rushed over together, they immediately fled into the deep sea using their water escape technique. Recently, things seem to be getting worse and are quite tricky. I heard that the Southern Sea Gate has invited many high-level cultivators to gather at Qiangying Island, preparing to hold a dragon-slaying conference. After all, an 8th-level dragon is extremely rare. This time, it was Senior Tianfu sect who spoke first. An 8th-level flood dragon. Han Li murmured to himself, his expression unchanged, but he flashed through his mind the 8th-level poisonous dragon he had killed in the past. Although it was said to be an 8th-level monster, as a spiritual beast of heaven and earth, the true strength of an 8th-level flood dragon was probably even higher than that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Plus, it was in the sea, which was like a fish in water. It's no wonder so many high-level cultivators had trouble dealing with them. He didn't come for any blue dragons, but after a brief thought, he naturally asked. I remember that among the flood dragons, there seems to be a red fire dragon, which seems to be the legendary red fire dragon. Has this creature also gone to the islands? The red fire dragon. Indeed, there is such a red dragon that went to the seaside. Whether it's truly the red fire dragon is not quite clear. The man surnamed Chang seemed to know quite a bit about it and replied without much thought. That'll do. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. The cultivators in the hall relaxed slightly upon seeing Han Li's eased expression. At this moment, the elderly man surnamed Wen and the other two exchanged glances, then cautiously inquired. Senior Han's cultivation is so astounding. I wonder where you cultivated before. Were you an elder of a major sect? I, Han, hail from a very remote place. I am not an elder of any major sect in Dajin. Han Li's eyes flashed, giving the three a sidelong glance, his smile ambiguous. Under Han Li's seemingly all-knowing gaze, the elderly man surnamed Wen and his companions couldn't help but skip a beat in their hearts. However, upon hearing his response, they were pleasantly surprised. Senior has already studied our sect's descending spirit talisman. How do you find this talisman-making technique? Would it meet Senior's approval? After a moment of hesitation, the elderly man surnamed Wen asked cautiously. Friend Wen, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need for beating around the bush. Do you still want me to join your sects? Han Li sighed lightly, speaking bluntly. Senior, please don't misunderstand. How could we dare to entertain such a lofty expectation? We simply wish to inquire whether Senior would be willing to serve as an honorary elder shared among our three sects. Upon sensing Han Li's displeasure, the elderly man surnamed when blurted out, unable to restrain himself. Honorary elder. Han Li was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Regarding the position of honorary elder, Han Li naturally knew a bit about it. It was something only found in some medium and small sects in Dajin, a special position reserved for high-level independent cultivators. Though it sounded similar to a regular elder, in reality, they were worlds apart. For these small sects, honorary elders were essentially figurehead positions. They weren't bound by the sect's rules, nor did they take orders from anyone in the sect. Their sole function was probably to lend a hand when these sects encountered difficulties. However, this assistance wasn't obligatory and depended entirely on the goodwill of these honorary elders. Of course, in return, these honorary elders enjoyed treatment within these sects that might even surpass that of formal elders. Such a situation arose because there were simply too many medium and small sects in Dajin, yet the number of nascent soul cultivators was exceedingly scarce. Not to mention some small sects, even some medium-sized ones could experience periods where no nascent soul cultivators emerged. In such cases, they naturally sought to attract nascent soul-level independent cultivators to ensure the stability of the sect. However, most high-level independent cultivators were disdainful of joining any sect and being bound by rules. But the benefits offered by some sects could sometimes tempt them. This was where the concept of honorary elders, something not seen in the southern heaven, originated. Han Li twitched his mouth and revealed a faint smile upon hearing the cautious proposal from the Sky Talisman sect. You want me to become the honorary elder for your three sects. Do you think I will agree to that? We know that with our small sects, we are not qualified to honor a person of your caliber. But we only ask for your help to solve an immediate problem, and afterward, it will just be in name. We dare not trouble you further. The elderly man surnamed Wen, though initially apprehensive, felt relieved upon seeing that Han Li did not seem angry and hastily explained. "So, you mean I only need to help once, and then I won't have to bother with it anymore?" Han Li's eyes flashed as he spoke. "Exactly. That's what we mean. Of course, we won't let you help for nothing. Since you are interested in talisman making, our Sky Talisman sect is willing to give you the secret technique for the spirit transforming talisman. Gold Mist Mountain and Bright Sun Valley also have their own unique techniques and are willing to let you study them. Additionally, we have prepared tens of thousands of spirit stones for you as a token of our appreciation," Wen said, revealing all the conditions at once. He knew that trying any tricks at this point could only backfire, so it was better to be straightforward. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. Han Li smiled faintly. Indeed, the number of spirit stones might be a bit low. However, our 3 sects will continue to offer more spirit stones every year for your tribute. Furthermore, our sect is willing to present you with the spirit transforming talisman personally crafted by our founder. We believe that with your divine abilities, you can refine this artifact. The elderly man surnamed Wen gritted his teeth and laid out their final offer. "The founder. You mean the Sky Talisman Immortal?" Han Li's expression finally changed. "Exactly, it is that very treasure. To be honest, this talisman once displayed great power in the hands of our founder, but unfortunately, none of our later disciples have been able to refine it. As a result, it has been passed down for countless years, with its spiritual nature gradually fading away. If you can use it, it would be a perfect solution for everyone," added Yue Zhen. "Your sect possesses such a treasure. I'd like to see it first." Han Li became interested. "Disciple Yue, bring out the talisman for Senior Han to see," the elderly man surnamed Wen said joyfully upon seeing Han Li's interest. Despite being the highest cultivation elder of the Sky Talisman sect, the talisman was kept by the sect leader, hence the instruction. "Yes, Uncle Master." Yue Zhen promptly tapped his storage pouch. A flash of blue light revealed a pale yellow wooden box, which he presented to Han Li with both hands. Han Li raised an eyebrow and casually summoned the box into his hand, then examined it closely. The box looked unremarkable, old and plain, with a golden talisman stuck to its lid. Han Li raised an eyebrow again, brushed the lid with one hand, and the talisman fell silently. Other cultivators watching didn't react much, but the 3-core formation elders of the Sky Talisman sect were startled simultaneously. To remove a talisman imbued with restrictive spells so effortlessly was no simple feat. It required not only powerful cultivation, but also an exceptionally delicate control of spiritual power, a skill they had only heard about in legends. Seeing Han Li perform it so casually deepened their reverence for him. When the box lid opened, a dim green light filled the box, followed by a surge of pure wood element spiritual energy. Han Li was surprised. According to the elderly man, the talisman's spiritual nature should have diminished significantly after so many years. However, its current potency indicated it was no ordinary item. More pleasantly surprising was that the talisman was wood element, which complemented Han Li's cultivation method, making it easier to refine. Thinking this, Han Li carefully examined the talisman within the green light. It was palm-sized and emerald green, with mysterious gold and silver runes flickering around its edges. What caught Han Li's attention was a small cluster of faint purple light at its center, rotating and shimmering. Han Li raised his hand, which was suddenly enveloped in a layer of green light, and reached for the talisman. The talisman trembled, transforming into a green beam shooting out of the box. Han Li's face darkened, and he made a reverse grab. A phantom hand appeared, snatching the talisman from midair. Before others could react, the phantom hand vanished, and the talisman was firmly in Han Li's grasp. This is the spirit-transforming talisman. Quite impressive. It's said that the Sky Talisman Immortal was a late nascent soul cultivator, so this talisman contains his powerful essence, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to refine. Even if successfully refined, its power would significantly decrease. It requires retempering with one's own essence over a long period to restore its potency. This process could take over a century, Han Li remarked, observing the talisman twisting like a live fish between his fingers. "So, what do you think of this talisman?" When asked, nervous after hearing Han Li's assessment. However, for a mid-nascent soul cultivator like me, especially one who practices wood element techniques, refining it is much easier. This talisman is indeed useful to me. Han Li shifted his tone subtly, implying his interest. In truth, he knew that retempering the talisman could restore and even surpass its original power. "Then does this mean you agree?" When asked joyfully. Other cultivators in the hall also looked expectantly at Han Li. "Whether I agree or not, let's not rush. First, tell me about the trouble you want me to solve." "If it's not too troublesome, I don't mind helping once," Han Li replied ambiguously, shaking his wrist to return the talisman to the box, then closed the lid with a wave of his hand. "Of course. The matter concerns a market shared by our 3 sects. Recently, we've encountered some issues." Wen eagerly began explaining the situation involving their market and the Sheyang sect. Han Li listened quietly. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li turned into a green rainbow and left White Bamboo Mountain, heading north. Several days later, a minor yet notable event spread in Huyuan State's cultivation world. A cultivator named Han, claiming to be the honorary elder of the Sky Talisman sect, suddenly arrived at the demonic Sheyang sect's mountain gate. Using his mid-nascent soul cultivation, he easily defeated the Sheyang sect's only nascent soul elder in a duel before leaving gracefully. The next day, the Lingfeng sect, heavily supported by the Sheyang sect, hurriedly relocated its market from near Kaijiang town to another place thousands of miles away. Other small and medium sects, upon hearing the news, also withdrew their forces from the area around Kaijiang town, conceding the region to the 3 small sects including the Sky Talisman sect. As a result, the Sky Talisman sect, Gold Mist Mountain, and other sects were elated. Their disciples were overjoyed, and the elders felt their offerings had paid off. With a mid-nascent soul honorary elder on their side, they believed their sect's power would grow significantly in the coming century. Meanwhile, the Jiao-slaying assembly organized by the Nanhai sect, the leading sect of Huyuan State, had begun. Within a few days, over 200 core formation and nearly 10 nascent soul cultivators gathered. Under the Nanhai sect's organization, they divided into groups to sweep the nearby seas, searching for the venomous Jiao's hideouts. Occasionally, they found and killed some low-level sea monsters, boosting their morale. However, the cunning Jiaos remained hidden, evading the search efforts. After several months of fruitless searching, some cultivators grew impatient and left. A month later, only about 100 cultivators continued the search. Even some nascent soul cultivators left, leaving 7, mainly from the Nanhai sect. Taking advantage of the dwindling search parties, the Jiaos started attacking lone cultivators more frequently. The 8th-level Blue Jiao even began assaulting smaller teams of cultivators. Despite having nascent soul leaders, the Blue Jiao's mastery of water escape techniques allowed it to strike and flee swiftly. This resulted in the loss of several core formation cultivators without injuring the Jiao. Fear spread among the remaining cultivators, and the Nanhai sect found themselves in a difficult position. They had to consolidate their forces before continuing the search. One day, a group of over 10 cultivators, led by a nascent soul cultivator, cautiously flew over the sea, their spiritual senses probing in all directions, especially towards the sea below. Among them, Han Li, disguised as a pale-faced middle-aged man, flew leisurely at the back, feeling frustrated. When the assembly began, Han Li had infiltrated it as a core formation cultivator, hopping to benefit from the chaos. Unexpectedly, he had gained nothing so far. While it was understandable to find nothing initially, since the Jiaos reappeared, other teams had encountered and fought them, but his team had not encountered a single Jiao. Hanley felt both amused and helpless, wondering if his luck was extraordinarily good or bad. They were now searching the vast sea area to the west of Qiangying Island, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the island. A few days ago, a group of cultivators had been ambushed by an 8th-level Blue Jiao here. Although they believed the cunning Jiao was unlikely to linger nearby waiting to be killed, the South Sea sect still sent their group to search the area again, hopping for an unexpected gain. In front of so many people, Han Li naturally wouldn't fully extend his divine sense to avoid arousing suspicion from the nascent soul cultivator leading the group. He only used his spiritual sense to cover everything within a 10-mile radius of the sea surface. This range was enough to detect the Jiao's movements in advance and prevent a surprise attack. A dozen cultivators were flying forward. Even though this sea area was vast, they managed to search most of it according to plan after half a day. However, as expected, they found nothing. "What's that?" A cultivator flying in the front suddenly exclaimed. Han Li, who was carefully searching the sea surface, raised his head at the sound. In the distance, a large cloud of gray demonic mist, several acres in size, appeared on the horizon, slowly drifting towards them. Great, there must be a high-level demonic beast inside. Don't let it escape. A cultivator shouted excitedly, causing a stir among the group. Something's wrong. Those evil jiaos usually flee immediately upon seeing us. Why are they approaching us now? There might be a trick. Another, more cautious cultivator hesitated. The leading nascent soul cultivator, a middle-aged man in golden robes, frowned upon hearing this and instinctively glanced in other directions. His face changed immediately, and he shouted urgently, "Be careful. There are demonic beasts approaching from other directions as well." Hearing this, the cultivators were startled and panicked. They quickly summoned their magical treasures and assumed defensive positions, looking around. The sky was clear in the distance, with no sign of any demonic beasts. Some cultivators exchanged glances and were about to question the middle-aged man when piercing jiao cries echoed from the surrounding sky. Columns of demonic mist of various colors appeared in the distance, revealing the silhouettes of jiaos covered in fierce scales, rapidly closing in on them. The situation became even more dire when two larger clouds of demonic mist, one blue and one red, appeared on the east and west sides, clearly several times bigger than the others. How can this be? Two eighth-level demonic beasts. At this close range, the cultivators could sense the terrifying aura from the two large clouds of demonic mist. Someone cried out in horror. The other cultivators also turned pale, eyes filled with panic. Apparently, these evil jiaos had somehow summoned another eighth-level companion, and now aimed to annihilate the entire group, instead of attacking them one by one. The roles had suddenly reversed. Don't panic. Send out distress signals to the other groups immediately and prepare to fight separately. If these jiaos gather and wreak havoc, their power will only increase. Don't think about fleeing separately. With their water escape technique, we will only be picked off one by one. The nascent soul cultivator remained calm and issued orders loudly. Hearing this, the core formation cultivators calmed down a bit. Several of them released signal flares that shot up into the sky. I'll deal with one of the eighth-level jiaos. Two agile fellow cultivators should go and delay the other one. Don't engage it directly, just buy some time. The rest of you handle the seventh-level jiaos. The middle-aged man continued. This time, the cultivators looked at each other in hesitation. Dealing with seventh-level jiaos was manageable. Most of them could at least protect themselves. But asking two of them to handle an eighth-level jiao seemed impossible. Even stalling for time would be a challenge. If two aren't enough, then three. The nascent soul cultivator added anxiously. As soon as he spoke, a surprising scene unfolded. A seemingly unremarkable cultivator nearby suddenly exuded a powerful aura, transforming into a dazzling green streak of light that shot toward the red cloud. A nascent soul cultivator, and a mid-stage one at that, the group erupted in excitement and relief. The golden-robed man was also stunned, then delighted. Had the South Sea sect anticipated something and secretly assigned another nascent soul cultivator to his team? With no time to ponder, the man turned into a blue light and sped towards the blue demonic cloud. The other cultivators, reassured by the presence of nascent soul cultivators handling the 8th level jiaos, regained their confidence. They turned into various colored streaks of light, intercepting the remaining demonic clouds. Soon, flashes of light and thunderous sounds filled the air from all directions. Unlike the others, Han Li remained motionless within the demonic cloud, enveloped in a layer of faint purple ice flames. Around him was a hellish sea of fire, crackling with ominous sounds. Compared to the otherworldly noises from other directions, these were nothing. A humanoid demonic beast, half human and half jiao, stood in a pillar of fire dozens of feet away, glaring coldly at him. Though resembling a man, the creature was covered in bright red, crystalline scales, exuding streams of red flames. So it's a red jiao. It seems I've come to the right place. An 8th level red fire jiao is much better than the original 7th level one. Your scales must be even more valuable, Han Li suddenly smiled. You came for me? The humanoid red fire jiao was initially surprised. Then its eyes flashed green as it spoke, revealing rows of sharp white teeth. The surrounding fire pillar surged higher, becoming even more intimidating. Despite its ferocious appearance, the jiao felt uneasy. This human cultivator was not only a mid-stage nascent soul, but also possessed profound ice attribute purple flames that rendered its cultivated demonic fire useless, nullifying much of its power. For some reason, Han Li's calm demeanor made the jiao feel a growing sense of dread, as if a great disaster was imminent, increasing its unease. I heard there was only a 7th level red fire jiao here. Now that you're here, I'm no longer interested in that smaller one. But since you've attained a humanoid form, I'm not keen on killing you. How about this? If you willingly give me a few of your natal scales from your neck and leave with your jiao pack, I'll let you go, Han Li said with a smile. My natal scales? You're quite bold for a mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. I'll turn you to ash and send you to your dreams, the red fire jiao roared furiously. Natal scales were present from birth, varying in number, and infused with a significant amount of essence and power over time, second only to a demonic core. Losing them would have its cultivation, infuriating the jiao. In a rage, the jiao's body rolled within the fire pillar. With a light pop, the fire pillar scattered, revealing a 7 to 8 zhang long, several kai thick red jiao in the flames. It no longer cared about caution and only wanted to tear Han Li to pieces and incinerate him. The jiao opened its mouth, spitting a stream of molten, red liquid at Han Li. Han Li raised an eyebrow at the sight. Condensed fire into liquid form. Impressive. But it seems I'll have to deal with you myself. He didn't dare be careless. He slapped the back of his head, spitting out a snow-white crystalline bead, the ice attribute treasure, the snow crystal pearl. The bead expanded into a fist-sized sphere as it shot towards the Jiao. With a low shout, Han Li pointed at the pearl, causing a surge of purple flames to form a large, purple fire Jiao holding the snow crystal pearl in its mouth. The purple Jiao rushed forward, colliding with the red liquid. With a sizzling sound, white steam enveloped them, with the purple Jiao seemingly pushing back the red liquid with streams of purple flames from the pearl. The red fire Jiao's eyes showed fear but quickly turned fierce. Its body glowed red, and it let out a shrill cry. The sea of fire around Han Li surged, forming towering fire waves that crashed towards him. Han Li sneered, rubbing his hands together and then spreading them apart. Two crystal-clear ice peaks, over 20 zhang high, rose from the ground, radiating purple light, blocking the fire waves. At that moment, the Jiao shrank to a size of about a zhang and shot towards Han Li as a red streak of light, reaching him in an instant, claws ready to strike. The Jiao intended to rely on its physical strength to close in on Han Li and catch him off guard. Seeing the red fire Jiao instantly closing in on him, Han Li merely smiled. A finger in his sleeve trembled slightly, and a red light shot out from his fingertip, disappearing in a flash. Simultaneously, a sound of thunder erupted behind him, and a pair of silver wings appeared, gently flapping. Just as the red-clawed attack was about to hit, Han Li vanished within the silver light. The red fire Jiao's attack missed its target. Almost at the same moment, a sharp whistling sound came to Han Li's ears. It was a small, crystal-clear red needle, appearing out of nowhere and aiming straight for the Jiao's brow. The red fire Jiao's fiery aura only slightly impeded the needle before it penetrated through. It was an incredibly sharp, crystallized flying needle. The needle moved so silently and quickly that it caught the red fire Jiao off guard. Terrified, it could only desperately tilt its head to one side, but it was too late. With a soft sound, a shrill scream came from the Jiao's mouth as it covered most of its face with a claw, blood flowing between its fingers. The needle had pierced through its face, emerging from the other side. Though the needle was exceptionally sharp, being made from a fire-attributed demon core, it couldn't inflict substantial damage to the Jiao. However, upon penetrating its cheek, the needle instantly expanded several times under Han Li's mental command, creating a thumb-sized hole, causing the Jiao immense pain. Before the red fire Jiao could become enraged, a thunderous crack sounded behind it. Han Li reappeared, waving his arm, sending a yard-long golden blade slicing down. The red fire Jiao, overwhelmed by the pain, didn't have time to react. Its tail flared red and expanded, sweeping towards Han Li like a giant fan, intending to crush him. Han Li was momentarily surprised. The Jiao's quick response proved its worth as a divine beast. No human cultivator could block his thunderous sneak attack this swiftly. As he thought this, Han Li shifted the golden blade slightly, directing it towards the Jiao's tail. Upon contact, the golden blade cleaved through the red light and struck the tail. The Jiao shuddered, hurriedly channeling all its demon power to its tail, making the scales turn transparent and bright red. With a thunderous crash, gold and red lights intertwined. Han Li squinted, blue light flickering in his eyes, allowing him to see clearly. His combined flying swords had only cut a third into the tail, stopped by a tough Jiao bone. Han Li's eyes flashed. He formed a spell with his hands, preparing to retrieve the swords for another strike. But then, a tremendous suction force from the tail held the swords in place, preventing them from moving. Without your treasure, let's see how you defend. The red fire Jiao roared madly, turning its head to reveal a glowing red orb, the demon core. Recognizing the threat, Han Li's pupils shrank. The Jiao intended to use its core for a direct attack. With a shout, Han Li's figure blurred, splitting into 3 identical versions of himself standing side by side. This sight stunned the Jiao. Before it could determine which was real, the 3 Han Lis smirked, each sending out a golden blade from their sleeves. The Jiao panicked, spewing its core to meet the middle blade while its claws, glowing red, reached for the other 2. Believing only one blade was real, the Jiao hoped its claws would block any real attack if the core failed. But as the core repelled the middle blade, the other 2 blades glowed brightly, severing the Jiao's claws and moving toward its head. The Jiao, horrified, saw a purple lotus blossom beneath it, releasing a freezing cold. The Jiao shivered, hesitating for a moment. In that brief pause, the golden blades crossed and decapitated the Jiao, leaving its head rolling on the ground. The neck's thick scales hadn't blocked the blades at all. Han Li had poured most of his spiritual power into the swords, enhancing their deadly sharpness. The other 2 Han Lis vanished, revealing their illusionary nature. As the Jiao's head fell, Han Li pointed at the swords, releasing bolts of lightning that formed a golden net, trapping the Jiao's escaping mini-soul. Desperate, the mini-Jiao spewed flames at the net, but Han Li, prepared, shrank the net, confining the soul. Without hesitation, Han Li took out a small green bottle, directing the netted soul into it, where golden threads bound it tightly. Relaxing, Han Li mused, this shadow technique, though minor, is quite useful in real combat. No wonder it's a prized secret of Golden Radiance Mountain. With a gesture, he retrieved the swords and the Jiao's remains, storing them in a prepared bag, along with its demon core. As the surrounding fire and demon clouds dissipated, Han Li turned his gaze to the other battlefields, frowning. The core formation cultivators held their own against the 7th-level Jiaos, but the nascent soul cultivator struggled against the 8th-level blue Jiao. Han Li considered aiding, but the Grand Yan Immortal cautioned against it, sensing other cultivators approaching. Realizing the risk, Han Li decided to leave, vanishing before the last demon cloud cleared. The blue Jiao, enraged by the red Jiao's death, intensified its attacks, nearly overwhelming the nascent soul cultivator. As reinforcements arrived, the blue Jiao tried to flee, but the cultivators pursued, preventing its escape. Han Li, uninterested in the ongoing battle, flew deeper into the sea, seeking a secluded island to start crafting the Grand Yan Immortal's puppet. Han Li had already bought a map of this sea area in advance. After flying for half a month in a direction rarely frequented by cultivators, he finally landed on a nameless small island. The island was not large, only about 40 square kilometers, but it had an inconspicuous and poor spiritual vein stretching about 7 or 8 kilometers. If it were inland, it would have been taken over by some unknown small family long ago. But in this sea teeming with monsters, no family without some strength would dare to move here. And those medium and small families with high-level cultivators wouldn't fancy such an insignificant spiritual vein. Moreover, this island was not located on a sea route and was very remote, so it had remained deserted until now. Han Li was very satisfied with this place. He immediately released numerous flying swords in the belly of a small mountain on the island, opening up a large area, and then released the heavenly machine mansion. Instantly, a delicate small cave dwelling appeared before his eyes. To be cautious, Han Li not only activated the restrictions that came with the cave dwelling, but also set up a concealment formation outside the mountain, summoning a large area of white fog to cover the place, making it difficult for others to easily find the location of the cave dwelling. After making these preparations, Han Li transferred the spiritual insects and spiritual herbs he carried to the insect chamber and medicine garden in the cave dwelling. The earth armor dragon was also put under a restriction and thrown into a beast room. Then he took a large batch of materials and entered a secret room. These materials are only enough for one attempt. If any critical part goes wrong in the refining process, there won't be time to find a replacement. I have no confidence in the success rate. After all, if I make even a slight error in understanding while refining for the senior, it could lead to failure. As soon as he entered the secret room, Han Li calmly said, placing the bamboo tube he had been carrying on his back upright in front of him. I am well aware of this. Before the refining, I will carefully explain the refining method to you and repeatedly question your understanding until you fully grasp it. Before that, take a look at this jade slip, which contains general information on refining the puppet. Comprehend it first. The voice of the great evolution divine lord came from the bamboo tube, sounding well prepared. A white jade slip shot out from the tube with a light pop, and Han Li caught it. Since the senior is confident, I feel reassured. Han Li nodded, and without further words, sat cross-legged and immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. Time passed, and Han Li's expression kept changing, showing surprise, excitement, and eventually astonishment. After a long while, he exhaled deeply and withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip. However, he did not speak immediately but closed his eyes to contemplate quietly. After a full quarter of an hour, Han Li opened his eyes, his expression calm. Indeed, if this puppet is successfully refined, its power will be unparalleled. With enough spirit stones, it should be able to contend with a late nascent soul stage cultivator. But there is one thing I don't understand, and I hope the senior can clarify. After some hesitation, Han Li finally spoke. Since I plan to pass this puppet technique to you, I won't hold back. Ask whatever you want. The great evolution Divine Lord replied without hesitation. Since the senior says so, I will be straightforward. According to what I have learned about puppet techniques, the higher the grade of the puppet, the stronger the spirit soul needed for integration. I can't think of any monster spirit that could fully bring out the puppet's power. Even the 8th level red fire, Jiao's spirit that I recently captured, might not be suitable. Previously, the senior never mentioned anything about the spirit soul, which puzzled me. Does the senior have another arrangement? Han Li asked seriously with a frown. So that's the issue. I have already devised a solution for the spirit soul when I researched the refining method. I was planning to explain it to you before you started, as you wouldn't be able to refine it with peace of mind otherwise. The great evolution Divine Lord chuckled. The senior is joking. However, to fully bring out the puppet's power, at least a 9th level monster spirit is required. I'm really curious about how the senior plans to solve this. Han Li laughed dryly, unconcerned. Despite his years of semi-mentorship and friendship with the great evolution Divine Lord, Han Li maintained a necessary level of vigilance. No monster spirit is needed. I will integrate my spirit directly into the puppet. The great evolution Divine Lord's voice turned calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Using the senior's spirit, Han Li's expression changed drastically, full of astonishment. Do you think my spirit is weaker than that of a 9th level monster? The great evolution Divine Lord replied blandly. Of course not. The senior was originally at the late nascent soul stage, and after cultivating the great evolution art, his spirit is probably on par with a spirit transformation stage cultivator. But doesn't the senior plan to reincarnate? Integrating the spirit into the puppet would mean losing yourself. Han Li hesitated. I certainly plan to reincarnate. After reincarnation, I might walk the path of cultivation again. The great evolution Divine Lord laughed. What do you mean? If I heard correctly, the senior plans to integrate the spirit into the puppet, but doesn't want to lose the opportunity for reincarnation. Does the senior have some secret technique to achieve this? Han Li guessed quickly. Han boy, you are indeed perceptive. That's exactly what I mean. When I was trapped in the puppet due to the spirit possession art, I didn't sit idly. I spent thousands of years researching a method to transfer the spirit out of the puppet without using mana. Although that method was too difficult and unsuccessful, I discovered a secret technique to split the spirit. This soul-splitting technique is different from ordinary divine sense splitting. It genuinely splits the soul of us cultivators. I will split my spirit into two. One part, carrying most of the spirit power, will integrate into the puppet, while the other part, carrying emotions and memories, will disperse and return to the cycle of reincarnation. The great evolution Divine Lord explained straightforwardly. Can this method really work? Splitting the soul isn't that simple, Han Li asked, stunned. Rest assured, the part of the spirit I am splitting off is just spirit power and won't greatly affect my reincarnation. This spirit power will disperse anyway once I pass away, the great evolution Divine Lord said calmly. I see. Then I can be at ease. Han Li, after thinking for a while and finding no major issues, nodded. Good. Since there are no problems, I will begin explaining the refining methods and the points to pay attention to. Starting with the puppet's body, it is composed of several core parts, requiring materials like. The great evolution Divine Lord began his detailed explanation. Han Li, invigorated, listened attentively. Days passed, and Han Li rarely left the secret room, spending most of his time using his divine sense to control several giant ape puppets within the cave dwelling to accelerate the growth of some spiritual herbs and nurture the spiritual insects. The 12 six-winged frost centipedes were fed with a snow soul pill each, in addition to the regular diet of rainbow garb grass, to see the effects. Han Li found that the centipedes could refine the pill in just a month, whereas it took him 3 to 4 months. Their cold breath also became significantly stronger. Delighted, Han Li kept only the snow soul pills he needed and gave the rest to the giant apes to feed the spiritual insects. As for the gold-devouring beetles, despite the continuous feeding of rainbow garb grass, their progress toward maturity was still uncertain. Han Li could only be patient. Half a year passed in a flash. One day, Han Li had just finished refining a part of the puppet in the secret room. Following the great evolution Divine Lord's instructions, he took out several materials and placed them in front of him, his face full of curiosity. You say these things can be integrated into the puppet? Han Li asked with a frown. Yes, these ideas came to me recently. They can definitely enhance the puppet's power. The great evolution Divine Lord said calmly. The magic marrow drill is understandable. Maybe the senior has a way to make it a part of the puppet's weapon. But what about these other items? I can't see their purpose. Han Li pointed to 2 materials on the ground, puzzled. He pointed to the slender silver chain that once restrained the corpse fiend, and the gray, unremarkable broken stone slabs found in the demonic energy abyss. The magic marrow drill, as you said, can be refined into a powerful magic weapon for the puppet. The chain, capable of withstanding Jengjin flying sword attacks, can be mixed with some adamantine to make a protective shield for the puppet. As for the broken slabs, I just recently remembered their origins. The great evolution Divine Lord paused, his expression serious. Have you ever heard of the one transforming divine clay? The great evolution Divine Lord asked solemnly. Of course I have. The one transforming divine clay, also known as the illusory shape paste, is said to be able to transform into any shape and be refined into tools. It also has the special ability to self-repair when damaged, making it a rare material for crafting complex artifacts. But isn't the one transforming divine clay supposed to be white, like beautiful jade? How could it look so inconspicuous? Hanley asked, astonished, staring at the broken stone slabs. You needn't be so doubtful. These are indeed one transforming divine clay, but they have been specially refined by ancient cultivators with added materials, known as commanding spirit soft jade in ancient times. There are no more than 10 cultivators in the world who can recognize them. I came across some related information in an ancient cultivation cave residence long ago and had almost forgotten about it. If it weren't for a recent matter that reminded me of this, I wouldn't have recognized them now. The great evolution Divine Lord explained. Commanding spirit soft jade. How does it differ from ordinary divine clay? Hanley asked thoughtfully. You noticed it yourself, didn't you? This refined divine clay not only maximizes the shape-changing and self-repair abilities, but can also absorb a cultivator's magical attacks. A full-powered spiritual attack can be reduced by more than half upon contact with this material. Its only drawback is its vulnerability to physical attacks, since it inherently has no defensive capabilities. Nonetheless, its value is not much less than that of Jengjin, the great evolution Divine Lord elaborated. I see. So, what does the senior plan to use this divine clay for in the puppet? Hanley asked, elated by the jade's miraculous properties. Isn't it obvious? This divine clay, combined with your gang silver, is perfect for crafting the puppet's body. An outer shell made of these two materials will be nearly indestructible, even without defensive magical tools. In the mortal realm, the great evolution Divine Lord said proudly. I'll follow the senior's advice. Hanley agreed without hesitation. Good, leave these materials aside for now. First, let's craft the other parts. It should take about another year to finish all the components, then we can assemble the entire puppet. Let's continue crafting the parts now. All right, Hanley responded, shaking his sleeve. A burst of azure light swept over, and the materials on the ground vanished instantly. Then, with a tap on his storage pouch, 7 or 8 jade boxes containing other materials appeared in front of him. Hanley began crafting another puppet component. Time flew by, and a year seemed like a blink of an eye to a cultivator. During this period, besides crafting the puppet, Hanley's 12 six-winged frost centipedes surprisingly advanced with the monthly stimulation of the snow soul pills. After molting, the centipedes' bodies grew twice as large, and they finally sprouted a pair of snow-white wings. Their speed and agility in flight increased significantly, a pleasant surprise for Hanley. However, after this advancement, the effect of the snow soul pills on the centipedes greatly diminished, far less noticeable than before. One day, Hanley stood in the middle of the secret room with his eyes closed. In front of him, a humanoid figure shimmering with silver light hovered in midair. His fingers danced, shooting out 10 golden threads that inserted into various parts of the puppet's body, his expression solemn. Above the silver puppet, about a foot high, the bamboo tube emitted a faint green light, slowly rotating. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hanley's expression changed. His fingers paused, and he finally opened his eyes. It seems there are no issues. The parts of the puppet have integrated perfectly. I'm pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the assembly went, Han Li said with a hint of joy, staring at the figure before him. This puppet was my creation, and with my guidance, there was bound to be no mistake in your crafting. Since everything is fine, it's time to integrate the spirit. The great evolution divine Lord's voice came calmly from the bamboo tube. Senior, are you really going to do this? Shouldn't you consider it a bit more? This is your first time using the soul-splitting technique. There might be unforeseen consequences affecting your reincarnation. Moreover, once you split your soul, the remaining fragment will inevitably dissipate, Hanley asked seriously, the joy on his face fading. I've spent most of my life researching puppetry. Merging my spirit with this puppet is my original wish. Besides, even if I don't use the soul-splitting technique, my time is nearly up. There's nothing to hesitate about. You don't need to persuade me further. I have passed the rest of the great evolution art to you, hoping you'll continue its legacy. The great evolution divine Lord said nonchalantly, with a low laugh. Hearing this, Han Li frowned, sighed deeply after a moment, and said, "Since the senior's resolve is firm, I won't say more. I wish you all the best." The great evolution divine Lord laughed heartily. Suddenly, the bamboo tube flashed green, splitting into two halves, revealing a golden, dazzling little figure within. This little figure, a few inches tall, was a meticulously crafted puppet, neither metallic nor wooden, resembling a miniature version of a refined middle-aged man. At this moment, the little figure's eyes flashed with green light, sitting cross-legged. A low chant emanated from the figure, and a green light, the size of a fist, emerged from its mouth, enveloping it. Seeing this, Han Li's lips moved slightly, but he remained silent. As the chanting grew more urgent, the green light became blindingly bright. Han Li squinted, his pupils narrowing, blue light flashing in his eyes. Then, the great evolution divine Lord let out a painful shout, shaking the entire chamber. Han Li's expression changed as the green light split into two. The larger part floated towards the silver puppet, while the smaller part re-entered the little figure's mouth, revealing its form once again. However, the little figure now had its head bowed, eyes dull. Seeing this, Han Li quickly pointed towards the silver puppet, causing the puppet's mouth to open, shooting out over 10 thin silver threads that wrapped around the divided light, pulling it into the puppet's body. The puppet's silver light burst forth, its form trembling violently. Han Li's face darkened. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a purple flame that struck the puppet's body. With a sizzling sound, thick ice quickly spread over the puppet, sealing it in a giant block of ice. Only then did Han Li relax, looking up at the little figure in midair with a hint of worry on his face. So this is what splitting the soul feels like. Truly unique. Few cultivators in the world can experience this. The great evolution divine Lord's voice came from the little figure, sounding weak, as if recovering from a severe illness. "Senior, are you all right?" Hanley couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry. Although I won't last long after splitting my soul, I'll be fine for the next 10 days or so. Quickly complete the fusion of the puppet's spirit so I can see its true power before my consciousness dissipates," the great evolution Divine Lord urged excitedly. "Of course. But first, let me use a soul-stabilizing talisman to secure your remaining spirit, to prevent any accidents," Han Li said, raising an eyebrow, a blood-red talisman flying into his hand with a flick of his sleeve. A soul-stabilizing talisman. That's a rare one. Using it on someone at death's door like me is a bit wasteful, the great evolution Divine Lord remarked in surprise. "I found this talisman in the storage bag of a nascent soul cultivator I killed. No matter how precious, it was freely gained. There's no regret in using it," Han Li said calmly, then flicked his wrist, sending the blood-red talisman shooting towards the little figure, enveloping it in a blood mist that was quickly absorbed. "Not bad, I feel much better. But remember, you used this talisman voluntarily, so don't expect any gratitude from me." The great evolution Divine Lord's voice grew stronger, with a hint of jest. "It's nothing. Consider it a bit of interest on the help you've given me in the past," Han Li replied after a moment of silence. The great evolution Divine Lord chuckled. Then with a gesture, the two halves of the bamboo tube flew over, instantly enclosing the little figure, restoring the tube to its original form. It then floated down, standing upright in front of Han Li. Without waiting for the great evolution Divine Lord to speak, Han Li pointed towards the giant ice block. The purple light flickered within, and the human-shaped puppet's ice began to melt. Han Li sat cross-legged again, a green light radiating from his head as his nascent soul emerged, flying towards the puppet. 3 months later, a beam of azure light shot up from the nameless, deserted island where Han Li resided, disappearing into the sky. Kaju Island, an obscure island near the coast of the Great Jin, was shrouded in blue mist year-round. Its owner, the Kaju Elder, though unknown in the inland cultivation world, was highly feared by many mid to late nascent soul stage cultivators inland. Overseas, his reputation was even more formidable. Though only at the mid-nascent soul stage, his prowess with 365 cold bamboo flying swords. And the heaven mulberry divine tree on Kaju Island had long earned him a status comparable to the overseas 3 immortals. The island's heaven mulberry divine tree, forming the core of the 10,000 wood Grand Formation, was known for its mystical power, deterring many overseas cultivators for thousands of years. Even late nascent soul stage cultivators found their powers significantly diminished within the formation. However, this day, an unexpected and unwelcome guest arrived at the island. In the distant sky, a flash of spiritual light appeared, followed by a 2-zhang-long green rainbow that swiftly arrived above a sea of fog stretching over hundreds of miles. As the light retracted, a young cultivator in scholarly robes emerged. It was none other than Han Li. He had a bamboo tube strapped to his back and was intently observing the fog below. However, all he could see was a white mist, obscuring everything beneath it. Han Li's eyebrows furrowed, his pupils flashed blue, and after a moment his expression turned grim. This bitter bamboo island is indeed extraordinary. Even with the minking spirit eyes, I can't completely see through the restrictions below. The 10,000 wood grand formation truly lives up to its name, Han Li muttered to himself. Naturally. However, the black phoenix feather on this bitter bamboo island can further enhance the power of your 7 flames fan, making this trip necessary. Moreover, the elder of bitter bamboo is also the best opponent to test the puppet's power. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, came the faint voice of the great evolution divine lord from the bamboo tube, sounding even weaker than when his soul was split. I understand. That's why I came here immediately after completing the puppet. But how long can you hold on? Han Li asked with some concern. Don't worry. With your soul-stabilizing talisman, I won't reincarnate until I've seen the puppet's true power. The great evolution divine lord chuckled weakly. Han Li nodded, looked down at the fog below, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. He reached down and patted a certain storage pouch at his waist. A burst of green light flew out, and a figure appeared, resembling Han Li in stature but with a pale face. The figure wore yellow robes and had jade-like skin, looking exactly like the little puppet the great evolution divine lord had possessed, but with cold, expressionless eyes. Though Han Li had seen it many times, he couldn't help but glance at the puppet again. The commanding spirit soft jade was truly miraculous. Originally gray, after being refined as the great evolution divine lord had taught, it took on a skin-like appearance. When combined with the gang silver to form the puppet's shell, it created a lifelike human figure. Moreover, thanks to the soft jade's shape-shifting properties and the infusion of a strand of Han Li's divine sense, the puppet could speak and show expressions, just like a real person. The only issue with using the puppet was the spirit stones. Such a high-level puppet couldn't be powered by mid-level spirit stones. They could barely sustain a few attacks. Only high-level spirit stones could fully unleash its power. However, high-level spirit stones were extremely rare. Since coming to the Great Jinn, even after specifically looking for them in every market, Han Li had only gathered a few. Each high-level spirit stone could sustain the puppet's full attacks for about a quarter of an hour. Let's begin, Han Li said indifferently. The puppet didn't speak. It raised its hands, fingers spread. Immediately, green spiritual light gathered in its palms, forming 2 head-sized light spheres, dazzling and intimidating. With a flick of its wrists, the light spheres turned into beams and shot down into the fog, disappearing without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Han Li watched the fog without a word. A moment later, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the originally calm fog sea to roil. 2 thick columns of wind rose from the fog, twisting and raging, clearing 100 jang-wide area as if a fierce dragon had emerged from the sea. Almost instantly, Several angry and astonished shrieks came from below. Han Li's gaze swept down, spotting a large island faintly visible through the thinning fog. Above the island, a green light barrier covered most of it. At that moment, over a dozen beams of light in various colors shot out from the barrier, heading straight for Han Li. It was clear that the island's cultivators had been alarmed by the attack. Han Li saw that these cultivators' levels varied greatly. There were foundation establishment and core formation stage cultivators, but the leading elder was at the late core formation stage. "Who are you, and why have you?" "Oh, it's two seniors. What brings you to our island?" The leading elder's initial angry tone softened upon realizing Han Li's cultivation was on par with the bitter bamboo elder's nascent soul stage, and he couldn't discern the puppet's level, making him anxious. "I've long heard of the bitter bamboo elder's reputation. I have business here and wish to pay a visit. Could you inform him?" Han Li asked with a smile. "This is unfortunate. My master entered seclusion several years ago and is not receiving guests. If you have urgent business, please tell me. I can make some decisions for the island," the elder said with a forced smile. "The bitter bamboo elder is in seclusion. That's regrettable. But if you can make decisions, that's fine. I heard your island has a black phoenix, an ancient spiritual bird. Is that true?" Han Li asked, blinking calmly. "Black phoenix? What do you mean?" the elder asked cautiously. "Nothing much. I need 3 feathers from the black phoenix's tail for refining a treasure. I'm willing to exchange 1 7th-level monster core and 3 6th-level monster cores for them. Can you agree to that?" Han Li asked calmly. With a flick of his sleeve, 4 jade boxes flew out and floated before him. A light touch on the boxes revealed the different-colored monster cores inside, 1 larger and 3 smaller. "Exchange for feathers?" The elder was bewildered by Han Li's unexpected request. "Yes, the black phoenix should be a 7th-level spirit bird. Offering these monster cores shows my sincerity in this trade," Han Li said, his smile turning serious. "Although the black phoenix is an ancient spirit bird, these monster cores are more than sufficient. However, I cannot agree to this." The elder hesitated before shaking his head. Han Li's eyes turned cold as he stared at the elder silently. Seeing Han Li's grim expression, the elder quickly explained. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I disrespect you, but our black phoenix is currently at a crucial stage in its advancement and cannot afford any loss of its cultivation." "I see, but I must obtain those feathers. How about I add another 7th-level monster core to compensate for the loss?" Han Li said, producing another jade box. This offer left the island cultivators in stunned silence. What, still unwilling to agree? Han Li's tone grew icy, and he stared at the cultivators with a chilling gaze. "This matter is too significant for me to decide alone. I'll send a voice transmission to my master in seclusion and see how he responds," the elder said, trembling under Han Li's gaze and glancing at the silent puppet beside him. "Very well. "I'll wait," Hanley nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. The elder quickly released a voice transmission talisman, explaining the situation and Hanley's terms in detail, emphasizing the formidable power of Hanley and the puppet to justify his actions. Hanley didn't wait long. As he was examining the island's formations, an elderly voice came from within. "I didn't realize I had nascent soul stage guests. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Please come to the Feng Pavilion. I'll meet you there shortly," said the bitter bamboo elder, addressing both Han Li and his disciples. "Yes, Master. Seniors, please follow me. Master will see you shortly," the elder said, bowing respectfully to Han Li and the puppet. "Very well. I've long heard of your island's reputation and wish to see it for myself," Han Li replied, glancing at the puppet before descending with the island cultivators. With a puppet comparable to a late nascent soul stage cultivator, Han Li was confident that even if the 10,000 wood grand formation was activated, it couldn't trap him. Thus, he wasn't afraid of any ambush. In no time, the group entered the island through a fissure in the light barrier. As Han Li entered, he felt a rush of spiritual energy and saw an expanse of lush, towering trees, many reaching 30 to 40 zhang in height. The variety of trees, all rare and precious, was astonishing. Among them, a dozen were significantly taller, strange purple mulberry trees scattered throughout the forest, their arrangement hinting at hidden formations. "Is this the heaven mulberry divine tree of your island? I heard there's only one, but there seem to be over 10. Han Li asked, frowning, turning to the elder beside him. "Senior may not know, but all these Tian Sang divine trees are actually the same tree, growing from the same root," the elder explained without hiding anything. "I see. I've long heard that the Tian Sang divine tree is second only to the 3 great divine woods. To witness it in person truly broadens my horizons," Han Li remarked in amazement. Following the cultivator, Han Li descended into what seemed like a wooded area. Suddenly, the nearby spiritual energy fluctuated, and the scenery dramatically changed in the blink of an eye. A small mountain, several hundred feet tall, appeared before them. Around this mountain, numerous pavilions and terraces of varying sizes had been constructed, with cultivators constantly coming and going. "Disperse and attend to your own tasks. I will take the seniors from here," the elder said, waving his hand at the other cultivators. The other cultivators immediately obeyed and dispersed. Han Li and his puppet followed the elder straight to the top of the mountain, where a large wooden hall stood. Outside the hall, 4 cultivators in green armor, each holding an identical long halberd, stood guard. The elder led Han Li and his puppet directly to the entrance of the wooden hall. The 4 cultivators remained motionless, like puppets themselves, with expressionless faces. Han Li's mouth twitched slightly in surprise. Although these 4 individuals seemed to be only at the foundation establishment stage, the purewood elemental energy they possessed was far superior to that of cultivators at the same level. Moreover, Han Li could see at a glance that both their armor and halberds were top-tier wood attribute spirit tools, which was quite unusual. Seeing Han Li's surprise, the elder smiled and explained proactively, "These are the wood spirit guards personally trained by my master. They are cultivators who use a special technique that harnesses the power of the Tian Sang divine tree. Although their cultivation level isn't high, they excel in coordinated attacks. If the senior has the opportunity, perhaps you could offer them some guidance." "Indeed, they are quite different from ordinary cultivators," Han Li nodded. The elder, seeing Han Li's non-committal response, wisely chose not to say more. The wooden hall had a simple structure, with only a main hall and a side hall. As soon as Han Li and the others entered the main hall, they immediately noticed a tall figure standing with his back to them. The figure wore a green robe, and his hair was white as snow. Upon seeing this figure, the elder's face changed drastically. He immediately bowed deeply and then stood silently to the side. "You must be the bitter bamboo elder," Han Li asked, not taking his eyes off the figure. "Indeed, I am bitter bamboo. Your faces are unfamiliar. Could it be that you are cultivators from the mainland? May I know your names?" The green-robed man laughed heartily as he turned around. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly. The white-haired man had red lips and white teeth, and his features were youthful, resembling a 16 or 17-year-old boy. His face was covered with a faint layer of green aura. Seeing the elder's appearance, Han Li was naturally surprised. This bitter bamboo elder, like him, also possessed a method to maintain a youthful appearance, which was quite unexpected. Han Li had thought he would be meeting an old man with a wrinkled face. Although the bitter bamboo elder wore a smile, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes when he saw Han Li's appearance clearly. "We are indeed not cultivators from overseas. My surname is Han, and this is my senior brother, surnamed Li. We have come uninvited, and I hope you won't mind, elder," Han Li said politely. "Not at all. Both of you are extraordinary individuals, and it's an honor to have you on my island. This elder Li's cultivation is particularly profound. I can't even determine his level. This is truly an eye-opener for me," the bitter bamboo elder said with a laugh after examining Han Li and his humanoid puppet. Clearly, this island master mistook Han Li's puppet for a nascent soul cultivator, practicing some mysterious technique, much to his amazement. "Elder is too modest. The name of the bitter bamboo elder is well known to both of us." Han Li smiled slightly. "Haha, please have a seat and try some of our island's unique mulberry tea," the bitter bamboo elder said with a light laugh, inviting Han Li and his companion to sit. After 2 crisp claps, several young female cultivators entered the hall, each carrying a tray with teapots. They served a pot of light green spiritual tea to each of the 3, and then respectfully exited the hall. Mulberry tea. Could it be related to the Tian Sang divine tree? Han Li asked, noticing the abundant wood elemental energy in the tea. "Good eye, fellow Taoist. This tea is indeed brewed from the spiritual leaves of the Tian Sang divine tree. It has the effects of clearing the eyes and calming the mind. Outside this island, you won't find such tea anywhere else, the bitter bamboo elder said with a hint of pride. In that case, I must give it a try. With a flash in his eyes, Han Li used his spiritual sense to scan the tea for any issues before taking a small sip. Elder Li, don't you like the tea? The bitter bamboo elder asked in surprise, seeing the puppet not touching the tea. Since I began fasting, I don't eat or drink anything outside my own abode, the puppet replied coldly, without any politeness. I see. That was my mistake. The bitter bamboo elder's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, but quickly concealed it. A cultivator who dared to speak like this to a host naturally had some backing. Could it be that this person was truly a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? With such thoughts, the bitter bamboo elder grew more wary of the puppet. Elder bitter bamboo, you should be somewhat aware of our purpose here. What do you think about the trade I proposed? Han Li asked after putting down his cup. To be honest, this trade puts me in a difficult position. The Black Phoenix is at a crucial stage of advancement. No matter how many demon cores you offer, I won't trade its feather. If interrupted, who knows how long it will take for the Phoenix to reach this point again, the bitter bamboo elder said with a frown, looking troubled. So, Elder Bitter Bamboo, you refuse. Han Li's face showed no surprise. If I outright refuse, I'm sure you won't be willing to leave empty-handed. How about this? We cultivators respect strength. I am willing to spar with you. If either of you can defeat me, I will agree to the trade. If you cannot. If we fail, my senior brother and I will leave immediately without mentioning this again. Han Li replied without hesitation. Good, it's a deal. I haven't sparred with anyone in nearly 100 years. Which of you will step forward? The bitter bamboo elder looked at Han Li and his puppet, smiling slightly. If you don't mind, I'd like to spar with you, the puppet, under Han Li's control, spoke calmly. Good, I am curious about Elder Li's techniques. Let's spar above the mountain. Please. The bitter bamboo elder, seeing that the opponent was the one whose cultivation he couldn't discern, stood up with a serious expression. Han Li and his puppet also stood up. The elder standing by couldn't help but show an excited expression. It wasn't every day one could witness a battle between nascent soul cultivators. Moments later, Han Li was floating calmly in the air, over 100 feet above the mountain peak. His expression was serene. About dozens of feet in front of him, the puppet and the bitter bamboo elder stood facing each other. Several core formation cultivators, who had heard the news, arrived and watched the scene with wide eyes. Go. With a low shout, the bitter bamboo elder made a hand gesture, and over 100 green beams of light shot out from his body. These beams quickly grew in size, transforming into over 100 light green flying swords, which hovered above his head in a strange formation, emanating a chilling aura. Han Li's usually calm expression froze. A sword formation. This bitter bamboo elder actually knows sword formation techniques, cultivating so many flying swords. As I suspected, Han Li thought, though he had anticipated it, he was still secretly surprised. Tusk, Tusk, Han boy, this opponent seems quite skilled. This should allow the puppet to showcase more of its abilities. Let's start by testing its defensive capabilities. The great Yan Divine Lord's excited voice echoed in his mind. It seemed he had great confidence in the puppet's abilities. Understood. Having invested so many rare materials into this puppet, Han Li was also eager to see its capabilities. With a thought, the humanoid puppet began to move. From a distance, the puppet opened its mouth, and a small shield emerged, expanding into a large silver shield that blocked in front of it. Then, with a hand gesture, colorful runes appeared on its face, forming a 5-colored barrier that enveloped its body. Oh, could it be that you are from the Poison Saint sect of the southern regions? This technique resembles their renowned spirit tattoo technique. The bitter bamboo elder exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the changes in the puppet's face. No. Han Li, hearing this, was intrigued, but had the puppet reply expressionlessly. Oh, I see. I must have been mistaken. But your technique looks very similar to the spirit tattoo technique, the bitter bamboo elder said with a hint of disbelief, though he did not. Press further. Seeing that the puppet had taken a defensive stance without any intention of attacking, the bitter bamboo elder felt somewhat slighted, a sense of being underestimated. His face darkened, and he chanted a few incantations. The flying swords above him responded with a buzzing sound. All at once, the swords trembled, and over 100 beams of sword energy shot out, forming a dense web of sword shadows. They merged into a blinding, icy light, surging towards the puppet. Seeing the sword light attacking, the humanoid puppet did not make any major movements. It merely pointed lightly at the silver shield in front of it. Immediately, the shield emitted a flash of spiritual light and suddenly transformed into a much larger, solid light shield, which flew forward to meet the attack. Under Han Li's watchful eyes, the sword light collided mercilessly with the light shield. With a loud explosion, white light and cold glimmers intertwined and flickered, but the light shield remained as immovable as a boulder in a raging stream, effortlessly blocking all the sword light, and it seemed to have plenty of capacity left. The expression on the bitter bamboo elder's face changed, and even Han Li's usually calm face showed a hint of surprise. It seems the Yuan Gang shield's power is even beyond my expectations. Though it's a newly refined magical item and hasn't had time for thorough refinement, it appears more than capable of withstanding ordinary magical attacks. However, only this puppet can fully utilize its defensive capabilities. If you were to control this shield, its effectiveness would be halved, said the great Yan Divine Lord through telepathy. Of course, the power we cultivators can exert with a magical item depends primarily on the item's inherent power, the amount of mana infused into it, and the control through divine sense. The amount of spiritual power that can be stored and released is the foundation of all cultivation. Advancing in cultivation is just a continuous process of enhancing these capabilities. This puppet, made from various rare materials, can hold and release over 3 times the mana I can. Naturally, I cannot compare, Han Li replied, unsurprised. After being personally instructed in puppet techniques by the great Yan Divine Lord for these past days, Han Li had reached a high level of mastery, perhaps not equal to the great Yan Divine Lord, but certainly comparable to other master puppet makers in the human realm. Although the Yuan Gang shield was refined by you and handed to the puppet, it was crafted specifically to complement the puppet's characteristics, differing from ordinary magical items. Even if you infused the same amount of mana as the puppet, you wouldn't be able to fully utilize the shield's power, the great Yan Divine Lord added casually. Han Li nodded, but didn't say anything more. After urging the sword light for a while, and seeing it was ineffective against the light shield, the bitter bamboo elder decided to use another magical attack. He pointed at the flying swords in the sky, and they responded with a series of sword cries, converging on a single point in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a large sword wheel with a diameter of about 10 feet appeared in midair. After chanting several incantations, the sword wheel began to spin faster and faster. Suddenly, a blinding green beam shot out from the center, fiercely striking the large light shield. With a low, muffled sound, a large green ball of light formed on the surface of the shield. This light ball was enormous, pressing down on the shield, deforming it until it looked like it was about to collapse. At that moment, the humanoid puppet pointed at the silver shield, causing the light shield to dissolve into countless points of white light. The previously blocked light ball, now unobstructed, slammed into the main body of the silver shield with full force. The silver shield trembled violently, but did not shatter. Instead, it emitted a mercury-like radiance, and the shield's surface became as smooth as a mirror. The light ball trembled under the silver light, and countless green rays were reflected and scattered. In a moment, the light ball had shrunk to half its original size. The silver shield then tilted slightly, and with a bright flash, the remaining light ball was reflected upwards and exploded in midair, vanishing into nothingness. The bitter bamboo elder took a deep breath, unable to hide the shock in his eyes as he stared at the puppet with a solemn expression. Although he hadn't unleashed the full power of his sword formation, the opponent had effortlessly blocked his previous attacks with just a shield, revealing unfathomable abilities. He hesitated to use the ultimate power of his sword formation. All right, with the Yuan Gang shield's demonstrated power, there's no need to test the 5 elements barrier. The shield powered by the 5 elements jade would be equally powerful. Now let's test the puppet's offensive capabilities, said the great Yan Divine Lord, seemingly very pleased with the shield's performance. Understood, Han Li replied calmly. The puppet's eyes flashed with purple light as it felt Han Li's command. Without saying a word, it rubbed its hands together, and a ball of red light began to appear. With a blinding flash, a small red bow materialized between its hands. The bow was only a few inches long but exquisitely crafted, with the arms of the bow shaped like a dragon, complete with detailed scales. The piercing dragon bow, the bitter bamboo elder exclaimed in surprise. This is not the piercing dragon bow, but a thunderfire bow I crafted. Just a warning, this bow is made with dragon sinew and is more powerful than the piercing dragon bow, the puppet said emotionlessly, causing the bitter bamboo elder's heart to sink. The puppet then skillfully grabbed the small red bow in one hand, while the other hand conjured a small green arrow with a crack of thunder. Chanting a quick incantation, the red bow and the small arrow glowed brightly, growing to normal size in an instant. The bow was enveloped in a red flame, while the green arrow crackled with lightning, emitting continuous thunderclaps. The puppet smoothly nocked the arrow and drew the bow, aiming at the target. Before releasing, the arrow and bow emitted a mix of lightning and fire, and a surge of spiritual pressure erupted, spreading out like a tidal wave. The nascent soul cultivators watching from a distance felt a tightness in their chests as the spiritual wave hit them. Their protective auras flickered unsteadily, and some with lower cultivation levels even retreated in shock. Stop, there's no need to continue. I admit defeat. The bitter bamboo elder shouted, his face pale as he sensed the immense spiritual pressure from the puppet. Despite his words, he didn't let down his guard, summoning a triangular token that expanded into a barrier of green, red, and yellow light. At the same time, he recalled the sword wheel, which transformed back into over 100 flying swords that circled around him protectively. The seriousness with which the bitter bamboo elder treated the situation surprised Han Li. He raised an eyebrow and communicated with the great Yan Divine Lord. Is the Thunderfire bow really that powerful? It seems to have made him quite nervous. Any magical item that can channel the vast spiritual power of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator is formidable. Moreover, your bow and arrow are not ordinary. The bow is made from the sinew and bones of a fire dragon, and the arrow is a modified golden thunder bamboo arrow. The combination of these two items results in power far greater than their individual sums. It's not surprising he feels threatened. Although he isn't a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, if the puppet were to fully unleash its power, there's a 40% chance it could kill him with one shot. Do you want to try? The great Yan Divine Lord suggested with a cold laugh. 40%? No, it's more important to get the black phoenix feather. If the arrow fails, he might activate the island's defensive formations, causing us more trouble. Given his reputation, he likely has unknown life-saving techniques. I'm not interested in needless killing. Besides, we can't fully test the puppet's attack power now, Han Li replied, shaking his head. It's fine. Seeing the puppet easily overpower a peak mid-stage nascent soul cultivator confirms its capabilities, which are comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. I have no regrets. My life's work was not in vain, the great Yan Divine Lord sighed. Hanli felt a touch of melancholy at these words. Almost simultaneously, the puppet's immense spiritual pressure receded. The bow and arrow shrank back to their original size, and the flames and lightning vanished. Seeing this, the bitter bamboo elder sighed in relief, feeling cold sweat on his back. At that moment, when the bow and arrow were aimed at him, he truly felt the threat of death, which made him immediately concede. Now he was certain that his opponent was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. He was glad he had come out of seclusion to meet these two. He didn't believe the island's grand formation could withstand the wrath of such a powerful cultivator, especially with another nascent soul cultivator accompanying them. With these thoughts, the bitter bamboo elder, seeing the puppet retract its magical item, also recalled his flying swords and token. He invited Han Li and his companion back into the wooden hall. This time, the bitter bamboo elder was exceptionally courteous. Without a word, he instructed a late-stage core formation elder to retrieve the black phoenix feather and began making small talk with Han Li, trying to learn more about them. However, the puppet remained silent, and Han Li, while friendly, revealed nothing about their background. After a quarter of an hour, the elder returned with a jade box, presenting it respectfully to his master. The bitter bamboo elder glanced at Han Li and his puppet, then flicked his sleeve, sending the jade box flying towards Han Li. Realizing that the puppet, despite its formidable cultivation, was not inclined to engage, the bitter bamboo elder sensibly conducted the transaction directly with Han Li. Han Li received the jade box without hesitation and opened it, revealing a dazzling red light inside. His eyes narrowed, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Half a day later, Han Li and the puppet left the bitter bamboo island, transforming into two streaks of light and disappearing into the sky. 3 days later, Han Li appeared on another unnamed, desolate island. He stood on a giant boulder at the edge of the island, gazing solemnly at the small humanoid puppet floating before him, which housed the spirit of the great Yan Divine Lord. Senior, do you truly wish to let yourself perish like this? With your current condition, I still have ways to extend your spirit for another month or two, Han Li said slowly. What's the point of living a few more days for me? Don't worry about it. To naturally return to the cycle of reincarnation is a good thing for me. The small humanoid puppet shook its head and said calmly, in that case, I won't say more. I hope the cycle of reincarnation truly exists, and in your next life, you'll have the chance to tread the path of cultivation again, Han Li said in a low voice. The path of reincarnation isn't so easy to walk. Even if it exists, whether I would still be human in my next life is uncertain. By the way, Han, back when I helped you develop the replica method for the 7-flame fan, you promised me a favor. You haven't forgotten, have you? The great Yan Divine Lord suddenly brought up. Of course, I remember. I thought Senior had forgotten about it since you never mentioned it, Han Li replied with a bitter smile. Since we've come to this point, it would be wasted if I didn't mention it. My request is simple. If possible, I hope you can go to the far west and reclaim the 1,000 Bamboo sect. Appoint one of your disciples to lead the sect and carry on my legacy. The current leaders are not from my lineage, and thinking of this always upsets me, the great Yan Divine Lord said with a snort. No problem. When the time comes, I'll find a talented disciple and pass on the puppet techniques I learned from you, making them the leader of the 1,000 Bamboo sect. Han Li agreed without hesitation. Ha ha, with your promise, I am satisfied. I have imprinted my cultivation techniques, secret arts, and all my life experiences into a set of jade slips called the Great Yan Treasure Canon. I left the jade slips in the celestial fortune cave. Learn as much as you can from them and pass them on to the disciple who will inherit the 1,000 Bamboo sect. This is the true inheritance of my legacy. The great Yan Divine Lord laughed loudly. The small puppet then opened its mouth, and a fist-sized ball of green light shot into the sky, followed by a series of deep, obscure incantations echoing from the air. The green light rapidly expanded, and in an instant, a green light wheel with a diameter of about 10 feet appeared dozens of feet above, dazzling and bright. Even Han Li, watching below, couldn't help but squint his eyes. The incantations suddenly stopped, and silence fell. Moments later, the light wheel contracted and exploded with a loud bang, filling the sky with green light, an incredibly beautiful sight. Seeing this, a hint of sadness finally appeared on Han Li's face. The great Yan Divine Lord, a legendary founder of a sect, had thus vanished into thin air. Looking up at the sky, Han Li stood in silent contemplation for a long time before he sighed deeply and lowered his head. His gaze shifted to the now lifeless, small, humanoid puppet floating before him. Without the attached spirit, it had become lifeless. With a wave of his sleeve, the puppet vanished in a flash of azure light. Han Li then patted a bamboo tube on his back. Several jade slips shot out from the tube, landing in his hand. Han Li scanned them briefly with his divine sense and found that they indeed contained the life's work of the great Yan Divine Lord, including numerous secret arts and cultivation methods, as well as many mysteries of the cultivation world. After glancing through them, he stored the jade slips in his storage pouch and fell into deep thought. With the puppet complete, the next step was to start refining the three-flame fan. If he could successfully refine it, he would have a chance to contend with the ancient demon. However, refining the three-flame fan was somewhat troublesome. All materials needed to be refined into spiritual materials using the true fire of heaven, earth, and man before the fan could be made. During the ceremony at the 100 Craft Pavilion, Han Li had taken an interest in the pavilion's earth vein fire, planning to use it to refine some materials. Now that he was in Great Jin, that was no longer possible. To refine the materials using earth fire, he needed to find another pure earth fire pool. There were many famous earth fire veins in Great Jin, some of which were in desolate places with little spiritual energy, so finding one shouldn't be too difficult. As for human fire, it referred to the true fire cultivated by practitioners, such as the core fire of core formation cultivators and the nascent fire of nascent soul cultivators, which wouldn't be a problem. The only difficulty lay in the heaven fire, required for refining the spiritual materials. According to the jade slips, heaven fire was actually heavenly thunder fire, which needed to be collected during thunderstorms. Han Li had used thunder beads before, which were also refined using heavenly thunder, but they needed lightning power, while the spiritual materials required thunder fire. Given the right conditions, it would only take a few months to refine all the materials. Replicating the three-flame fan was just a matter of time. He also had an agreement with the elder surnamed Fu from the Nine Ghosts sect to meet in the southern border, and the time was approaching. Although Han Li didn't care much about such a meeting, the southern border had Silver Snake Mountain, known for its volcanic activity and famous fire veins. Many cultivators went there to refine magical tools, making it an ideal place for refining materials and also convenient for meeting the elder. He was somewhat interested in why the elder was so insistent on meeting him. He had achieved half of his goals in Great Jin. The remaining tasks were to obtain the soul-sealing curses dispelling spell from the Yin Luo sect, retrieve his 2 flying swords from the ancient demon, and search for more Zhang Jiang to complete another set of flying swords. After pondering for a while, Han Li finally made up his mind. But first, there were 2 other things to do. He transformed into a green streak of light and flew towards a small mountain range on the island. After setting up some concealment restrictions in a small mountain, he entered a secret chamber. He spent 5 or 6 days refining a portion of the spirit transformation talisman obtained from the heavenly talisman sect and stored it in his body. Then he sat on a mat, removed a spirit beast pouch from his waist, and tossed it into the air. The pouch opened, releasing a white glow, and a yellow monster about a few feet tall appeared on the ground. It was the earth armor dragon he had captured alive years ago. This beast looked very much like an armadillo, covered in colorful restrictive talismans, with shining golden needles inserted into its limbs, lying motionless on the ground. As soon as Han Li released it, the beast's small eyes rolled around. Then it looked at Han Li with a pitiful expression. It seemed that being confined in the spirit beast pouch for several years had diminished its wild nature. Stop pretending. As a 7th-level monster with high intelligence, you should understand human speech. I don't have time to waste. If you agree to submit to me, open your divine sense and let me cast the divine restraint technique on you. If you refuse, I'll kill you immediately and sell your scales and core for a good price, Han Li said coldly. The earth armor dragon shivered, a look of fear flashing in its eyes, but it soon glared at Han Li with a resentful expression. Being my spirit beast is far better than being enslaved by other cultivators. You beasts live much longer than humans. I don't intend to make you a legacy spirit beast. You'll only serve me during my lifetime. After I ascend or die, you'll be free, Han Li said unceremoniously. The earth armor dragon seemed to hesitate, its eyes flickering with uncertainty, showing a human-like look of indecision. Seeing this, Hanley's mouth twitched with a slight smile. He suddenly waved his hand, and a small green bottle appeared. A flash of purple light enveloped the bottle, and the temperature in the room plummeted as the bottle cap flew off, releasing a cold light. The earth armor dragon shivered despite its scales, a look of surprise and suspicion flashing in its eyes. Hanley gently shook the bottle, and a drop of silver liquid floated out, condensing into a bead that spun rapidly. Seeing the silver bead, the earth armor dragon's eyes became fixed, and its nose twitched excitedly. It let out a series of unclear beastly cries, appearing very agitated. It seems you recognize this item. Good. If you agree to be my spirit beast, I'll give you 2 drops of this cold essence, giving you a chance to survive the transformation tribulation. The choice is yours, Hanley said icily. The earth armor dragon stared at the silver bead, its face twitching with hesitation, clearly struggling to decide. After waiting for a while without a response, Hanley snorted coldly, stopped speaking, and put the bottle away. He then shook his hand, and a purple fire sword formed in his palm. With a slight movement of his fingers, the fire sword floated towards the earth armor dragon. Seeing this, the earth armor dragon's expression changed dramatically. As the fire sword approached its head, emitting terrifying spiritual power, the beast let out several plaints. Half a day later, Hanley stored away the Tianji mansion and flew inland. Without the need to search for anything, he returned to the mainland after half a month. He didn't go back to the Talisman sect, but instead headed straight for the southern region. Along the way, he stopped and started, using infant fire to refine some materials for the Three Flames fan into spiritual materials. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any thunderstorms, so he couldn't collect any thunderfire, which left him somewhat frustrated. However, he wasn't too worried. The southern region is dense with forests and humid air, and thunderstorms are common. Thus, collecting thunderfire there would only be a matter of time. 4 months later, Hanley crossed several counties and finally arrived in the southern region. The southern region is one of the few places not controlled by major sects. The resources within the county are divided among a dozen or so medium-sized sects. Although these sects often fight among themselves, they quickly unite against any external forces. Even the top 10 righteous and demonic sects haven't been able to establish a foothold here, making it almost like a separate country within the Jin dynasty. This situation is largely due to the sects in the southern region being very exclusive, with unique cultivation methods. These sects practice rare and sinister arts, excelling in the use of poisons, insect control, and curses. Fighting against them is highly risky, as one could easily fall victim to their tricks. This is the main reason why major sects avoid direct confrontation with the southern sects. Otherwise, several major sects could unite and forcibly take over the region, albeit at great cost. Keidun Prefecture is located in the western part of the southern region, and Twin Scorpion Mountain is a remote mountain range within it. The area is shrouded in miasma all year round, making it inaccessible without high-level cultivation or special antidote pills. This mountain range is well known in the southern region for its toxic environment. It is home to several valuable poisonous herbs and produces two types of poisonous scorpions, iron tail and red line, which are ideal for low-level cultivators practicing insect control techniques. When Han Li arrived near the mountain, it was the annual miasma outbreak period. Many cultivators had gathered nearby because it was the best time to catch these poisonous scorpions, which would emerge from their burrows to forage. Most of these cultivators were in the qi refining stage, with a few foundation establishment stage cultivators among them. High-level cultivators like Han Li, who was already in the mid-nascent soul stage, rarely showed interest in this mountain range. Han Li didn't linger near the mountain and flew directly into the miasma from above. Surrounded by a blue spiritual light, he easily blocked the pink miasma from touching him. The dense miasma, filled with poisonous insects, posed a deadly threat to low-level cultivators, but was insignificant to Han Li. After determining the direction, he flew straight toward the center of the mountain range. Although the wealthy old man only mentioned the name Twin Scorpion Mountain without specifying the exact location, going to the main peak first seemed like a safe bet. Flying through the sky, Han Li occasionally saw some cultivators, but ignored them and flew over them swiftly. As Han Li pondered the true intention behind the old man's invitation, a sudden, piercing scream came from a distance. It's the Scorpion King, a mutated iron-tail scorpion. Run! A hoarse male voice shouted in terror, followed by several explosions and a strange insect cry. The source seemed not too far from Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly. He turned his head in the direction of the noise, blue light flickering in his eyes. Sounds of breaking through the air came one after another, and several figures appeared in the miasma, running desperately toward Han Li. They were using light body techniques, leaping several meters with each step. Han Li's cold expression changed slightly upon seeing one of the women. He stopped his flight and descended. With a wave of his sleeve, a large blue mist rolled out, clearing the miasma within a radius of several dozen meters, creating a clear space. The fleeing figures stumbled into the cleared area, stopping in shock. Before they could react, Han Li extended his hand toward their direction and made a grabbing motion. A large blue hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing a black object and pulling it back to Han Li. It was a giant scorpion about a foot long with a shiny black shell and a half-foot-long stinger emitting a faint purple glow, indicating potent venom. This was the mutated iron-tail scorpion, chasing the low-level cultivators. Although it was a level 2 demonic beast, it couldn't move at all under the blue hand's restraint and let out weak cries. The cultivators stared in shock at Han Li, who was enveloped in a blue glow, unsure of what to do. "Since we last met in Jin Capital, how is Miss Cow?" Han Li dispersed his glow and asked one of the female cultivators calmly. "Are you Senior Han? Miss Cow is still in Jin Capital and didn't come out with us. We are here to gather some spiritual herbs." The yellow-clad woman was initially stunned, but then joyfully recognized Han Li. She was the same Wang senior sister who had met Han Li with Cao Mengrong outside Jin Capital. After witnessing Han Li's swordsmanship, she knew he was a high-level cultivator. Recognizing him now, she immediately adopted a respectful attitude. The other cultivators, seeing Wang recognize the powerful Han Li, also relaxed and stepped forward to thank him. However, they all assumed Han Li was a core formation stage cultivator. To them, a nascent soul stage cultivator was too distant a concept to imagine. "Your uncle is the Grand General of the South. Why risk your life for a few herbs?" Han Li asked, nodding slightly upon hearing that Cao Mengrong was fine. He glanced at the giant scorpion, frowning slightly. "My family is wealthy, but my aptitude is average. They won't spend many spirit stones on me," Wang explained with a bitter smile, her face pale. "I see. Your aptitude isn't that bad. Reaching foundation establishment is possible. Our meeting here is fated. This poisonous insect is my gift to you. I have other matters to attend to. Take care," Han Li said, pointing casually at the blue hand. With a soft sound, the blue hand disintegrated into tiny specks of light, and the giant scorpion fell to the ground, motionless as if dead. "Senior, Wang was overjoyed and wanted to express her gratitude, but Han Li had already vanished into the miasma in a flash of blue light, leaving her words unspoken. The other cultivators looked enviously at the giant scorpion. But as it was a gift from a high-level cultivator, none dared to snatch it, only watching as Wang covered it with several talismans and joyfully stored it in her spirit beast pouch. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed, and the previously miasma-covered sky began to churn. A gust of wind cleared some of the miasma, revealing dark clouds and an impending storm. "This storm is timely," Han Li muttered, spotting a black mountain peak in the distance. He turned into a blue streak and flew toward it. Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. The miasma was washed away, revealing distant mountain peaks in the downpour. Han Li, covered in a glowing barrier, landed on a large rock on the peak, remaining dry despite the rain. Not far from the rock, 7 or 8 cultivators had gathered, including 2 in the foundation establishment stage and the rest in the qi refining stage. These local cultivators, dressed in traditional attire, were startled by Han Li's sudden appearance and exchanged worried glances. Han Li scanned them briefly, then released a powerful aura and coldly said, "Leave." A fierce wind accompanied by blue light rolled out, sweeping the cultivators away. They were thrown dozens of meters away, rolling on the ground in a miserable state, faces pale with fear. Realizing they had encountered a powerful high-level cultivator, the cultivators fled down the mountain without a word. The two Foundation establishment cultivators, sensing Han Li's immense power, hurriedly flew away, not daring to delay. Han Li watched them disappear before retracting his gaze and looking up at the sky. The sky was now covered with dark clouds, lightning dancing wildly, and thunder rumbling continuously. After the shout earlier, Han Li felt a bit of the frustration that had been lingering since the demise of the great Yan Divine Lord dissipate somewhat. Since he was about to cast a spell to harness heavenly thunder, he naturally didn't want other cultivators around to interfere. Taking a deep breath, he patted his storage pouch, and several differently colored banners appeared in his hand. With a wave, these banners shot in all directions, disappearing into the ground in a flash. Han Li looked up at the sky where lightning continuously flashed. His lips twitched slightly as spiritual light flickered around his body, lifting him into the air to a height of over 30 zhang above the ground. With his hands forming a peculiar hand seal, low incantations began to flow from his mouth. Immediately, various colored lights flickered below. With several muffled sounds, beams of light shot into the sky from the ground, transforming into several enormous banners as thick as bowls, standing motionless on the ground. Han Li continued his incantation without pause. The banners below released strands of spiritual energy, gradually forming a spirit gathering array with a diameter of over 10 zhang. Within the glowing array, various runes rolled and shimmered, with the entire array in an activated state. As soon as the array appeared, the previously distant lightning in the high sky seemed to be drawn towards Han Li's position, flashing more urgently with each bolt. Han Li narrowed his eyes, pausing his incantation. He flipped his palm, producing a jade bottle a few inches tall. This bottle was a special magical tool he had refined specifically for collecting heavenly thunder. With a gentle toss, the bottle floated into the air, and a green spell was cast onto it, causing the bottle to stabilize with its mouth facing upward. At this moment, Han Li rubbed his hands together and raised them upwards, shooting two thick golden arcs that struck the bottom of the bottle. With a thunderous sound, a strange scene unfolded. The bottle trembled slightly as the two golden arcs were absorbed into it. Han Li let out a low shout and pointed towards the sky. With a sound, a golden arc shot out from the bottle, transforming into a several zhang long electric spear, pointing towards the dark sky. In an instant, a silver arc of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the golden spear directly. The spear quivered slightly, guiding the silver arc into the bottle, where it vanished without a trace. In this manner, one arc after another was drawn to the array and effortlessly absorbed into the jade bottle by the exorcism divine thunder. An hour later, the bottle emitted a roaring sound akin to a tidal wave after absorbing a particularly large arc. Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand, causing the golden spear to disintegrate, and the bottle fell into his hand. Han Li quickly swapped it with another similar bottle, setting it up in the same manner to continue collecting heavenly thunder. Only then did he take a careful look at the first bottle. The bottle trembled continuously with a low hum, with blinding silver light flickering at its mouth, as if ready to burst out at any moment. With a snap, a golden talisman was slapped onto the bottle, instantly silencing it and dimming the silver light. Hanley carefully sealed the bottle and stored it in his pouch, then continued watching the sky. After collecting 4 bottles of heavenly thunder over the next half-day, the storm showed no sign of abating, but instead grew heavier with yellow miasma filling the air. Hanley pondered for a moment and decided that 1 more bottle of thunder would suffice for refining spiritual materials. At that moment, he sensed something and suddenly turned to look at the distant sky. In the gloomy distance, a flash of light appeared, and a white rainbow streaked towards him. Hanley's expression grew serious as he watched the light approach. The spirit gathering array below shone brightly, with Hanley floating amidst green light in midair, and silver arcs of lightning continuously converging above his head. Such a sight was quite conspicuous. The owner of the white light naturally noticed this and headed straight towards Hanley. Moments later, the light subsided, revealing a petite woman in a palace robe. The woman was delicate and fair, with clear, bright eyes appearing to be in her prime. Her palace robe, made of some rare material, shimmered with silver light and was surrounded by white mist, making her look like a celestial being. Hanley's divine sense sweep revealed she was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator like himself, causing him some surprise. The woman smiled warmly at Hanley after a brief glance. "I am Bai Yao Yi from Beiming Island. Are you here by invitation from fellow Taoist Fu?" Her voice was melodious and soft. "Beiming Island. Are you from the Northern Night Little Extreme Palace?" Hanley asked in surprise. "Yes, I am an external affairs elder of the Little Extreme Palace. Our palace is in a remote area, so I didn't expect you to know of us. May I know your name?" Bai Yao Yi replied with a slight smile. "I am Han, just a wandering cultivator. Indeed, I came at the invitation of fellow Taoist Fu. I have long heard of the Little Extreme Palace," Hanley replied calmly. "An overseas cultivator. Do you know the 3 immortals of the seas? Are you acquainted with them?" Bai Yao Yi asked with a twinkle in her eye. "I do not know them. I rarely interact with other cultivators, preferring to cultivate on my island," Hanley replied without hesitation. "I see. My apologies for the presumption. Do you need assistance with collecting heavenly thunder?" Bai Yao Yi offered. "In that case, I will meditate on the peak," Bai Yao Yi said, her light flashing as she flew to another boulder on the peak. As she landed, she released an umbrella-shaped magical tool, which spun in the air, emitting a white light that shielded her from the wind and rain. She then sat down cross-legged, a small object appearing in her hand. Hanley recognized it as an icy white jade, emitting a cold light, different from ordinary jade. Ice jade, Hanley thought, immediately recognizing the rare material. He had obtained some cold marrow from such jade before. The woman placed the jade on her hands and began meditating, clearly using its cold energy to enhance her cultivation. Han Li remained cautious, knowing the significance of this material to the little extreme palace. If she learned of the treasure in his possession, it could cause significant trouble. With these thoughts, Han Li refocused on the bottle, watching the sky. After the 5th bottle was filled, he descended, collecting the array's banners and erecting a green barrier for protection. He sat within the array, opposite Bai Yao Yi, closing his eyes to rest. He wouldn't refine materials in her presence. The storm continued for a day and night before the sun reappeared, and the air became hot and humid, with miasma rising again, covering the mountains. Various insects emerged from their nests. Han Li calmly extended his divine sense, sensing everything within several dozen miles. He sat motionless, like a meditating monk. Low-level cultivators who stumbled upon them fled in fear upon sensing their power, not daring to stay. Thus, Han Li and Bai Yao Yi sat quietly for 3 days and nights. On the 4th morning, another high-level cultivator arrived at the main peak. This time, it was a burly man with an ugly appearance, his skin dark and shiny. He rode on a giant green turtle, arriving with a gust of sinister wind. Upon seeing Han Li and Bai Yao Yi, the man laughed heartily and found a spot to sit without saying a word. He pulled out a golden book and began reading, a comical contrast to his appearance. Han Li and Bai Yao Yi remained unfazed, continuing to sit quietly. However, Han Li frowned inwardly. This man was also a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. It seemed that the invitation from the wealthy elder had a significant purpose, excluding early-stage cultivators. Since the arrival of the burly man, no other cultivators had shown up for some time. The 3 of them went about their own business, with no one making any attempt to strike up a conversation. It wasn't until nearly half a month later, when most of the miasma had dissipated, that there was another spectacular light of escape appearing in the sky. 2 dazzling rainbows, closely linked, flew straight towards the peak like a pair of streamers. The lights circled above the 3 of them once before landing precisely in the middle of their group, revealing a man and a woman. The man was an elder from the 9 Serenities sect with the surname Fu, while the woman was a beautiful lady dressed in black, with slightly thick eyebrows and a face like frost. It is a great honor for me that the 3 of you have arrived as promised. I was prepared for the possibility that some might not come, but it seems that won't be necessary, the elder surnamed Fu said, glancing over the 3 of them with a joyful expression. The black-clad beauty beside him remained cold and silent. Though I've come, if what you say doesn't interest me, I'll leave immediately. I'm at a critical stage of breaking through a bottleneck and don't have time to waste on trivial matters, the burly man said coldly, without any courtesy. Rest assured, Brother Yuan. Since you've seen fellow Taoists Han and Bai, do you still fear that I might deceive you? Before proceeding, let me introduce everyone. This is my junior sister, Chang Zhifeng, an inner elder of the Nine Serenities sect. Brother Yuan, being our host, hails from the southern border's Poison Saint sect, and we will need your assistance. Fellow Taoist Han is a rogue cultivator from overseas with extraordinary abilities. Fellow Taoist Bai. Elder Fu introduced them one by one, pointing at Han Li and the others. Hearing Elder Fu describe Han Li as extraordinarily powerful, both the burly man and Bai Yayi glanced at Han Li with a flash of surprise in their eyes. Han Li, startled by the praise, frowned slightly and said calmly, "You're overpraising me. My cultivation is average, so I don't know where this claim of extraordinary abilities comes from." "There's no need to hide it, Taoist. I heard that you not only killed the early nascent soul stage cultivator Xiao Layar in Jingjing, but also instantly killed the notorious evil fire monk after the underground trade fair. Your cultivation level speaks for itself," Elder Fu said with deep meaning. Was it fellow Taoist Han who killed the evil fire monk? The burly man's face changed dramatically as he turned to stare at Han Li. Bai Yayi's bright eyes also showed a hint of astonishment. Only the black-clad beauty seemed already aware of this, remaining indifferent. Elder Fu may have misunderstood. I did kill an early nascent soul stage cultivator who didn't know his place in Jingjing, but it wasn't me who killed the so-called evil fire monk. It was another cultivator. Do you think a mere rogue cultivator like me could have such heaven-defying abilities?" Han Li said with a wry smile, somewhat helplessly. Another cultivator. I did hear that there were two similar-looking cultivators confronting the evil fire monk at that time. Could it be that it wasn't you who acted? Elder Fu's expression relaxed slightly, but he still seemed skeptical. You give me too much credit. If I had the ability to instantly kill a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, I wouldn't have needed to avoid those from the Yin Luo sect. I could have walked away openly, and who would have dared to stop me? Han Li touched his chin and said flatly, "What you say makes sense. However, although Xiao Layar's cultivation wasn't high, he was extremely cunning and proficient in several escape techniques. To kill him is no ordinary feat. By the way, do you know the identity of the cultivator who killed the evil fire monk? Could he be a reclusive grand cultivator from overseas? Such high-level cultivators who are unknown are something that can only happen overseas," Elder Fu marveled, seemingly very interested in the ancient demon from that day. "I heard that just after the underground trade fair in Jingjing ended, a two-headed, four-armed demon resembling a ghost monster appeared near the venue, devouring several nascent soul stage cultivators. I heard that if it hadn't been for a grand cultivator overseeing the trade fair who drove the monster away, those cultivators might all have perished. Brother Han, did you witness this?" the burly man suddenly asked. The cultivator who killed the evil fire monk had only a brief encounter with me, nothing more. As for the demon incident, it must have occurred after I had already left. I know nothing about it. Han Li shook his head slightly, his expression unchanged. I see, what a pity. Otherwise, if we could find that fellow Taoist, our chances might be even greater. Elder Fu laughed dryly, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the matter further. The burly man's eyes shifted with suspicion. At this moment, Bai Yai also spoke up, her delicate lips parting. Elder Fu, you invited us here years ago. Isn't it time to share some details? If not for a favor I owed you from years ago, I wouldn't have come all this way. That's certainly in order. However, this matter is of great importance. Let's set up a barrier before discussing it further. Elder Fu readily agreed. He then flicked his fingers, sending over a dozen ghostly green flames into the surrounding air. With several pops, the ghostly flames burst into green mist, quickly disappearing. Hanli scanned the area with his divine sense and indeed detected faint fluctuations of a barrier in the vicinity. Although he didn't know what kind of barrier it was, he was impressed by how easily Elder Fu had set it up, making him regard Elder Fu more highly. Not only Han Li, but Bai Yai and the burly man also scanned the barrier with their divine senses, showing a touch of interest in Elder Fu's seriousness. This matter is something I've been planning for over 30 years, and now the time is finally ripe. That's why I've invited you all to seek this opportunity together. Have any of you heard of the paying pill, an ancient miraculous medicine? Elder Fu asked solemnly after taking a deep breath. Paying pill. Both Bai Yai and the burly man were puzzled, with no recollection of such a pill. However, Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as if he remembered something. Brother Han, do you know about this pill? The burly man couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Li's reaction. I do know a bit, but not much. The paying pill was said to be the treasured medicine of an ancient sect during the barbarian period. It's rumored that taking this pill greatly benefits nascent soul stage cultivators' nascent souls, making it easier to break through cultivation bottlenecks. To us nascent soul stage cultivators, it's practically a divine elixir. However, the sect that created it lost its inheritance at the end of the barbarian period, and the pill's formula was lost. In today's cultivation world, few know of this pill, Han Li explained after some thought. If he weren't a master alchemist himself, having read numerous ancient texts, he wouldn't have known about this pill. The burly man and Bai Yai showed a hint of joy upon hearing Han Li's explanation. The burly man, even more excited, immediately pressed Elder Fu. Brother Fu, you mentioned this matter now. Do you know the whereabouts of this pill? Advancing to the nascent soul stage meant that any method or elixir that could help break through bottlenecks was highly coveted. Even in ancient times, nascent soul stage cultivators considered such things as life-saving treasures. But these were exceedingly rare. Those who possessed them guarded them closely, sharing with no one, not even close kin. After so many years, most of these things had been lost, and those that remained were often unusable due to changes in the cultivation environment. In the current cultivation world, aside from a few legendary items, nascent soul stage cultivators could only rely on a few potions that enhanced their cultivation. Thus, The burly man was extremely excited upon hearing about the paying pill's efficacy. I didn't expect Brother Han to know about this pill. It indeed surprises me. Yes, this matter is related to the paying pill. I acquired the formula for the paying pill over 100 years ago, Elder Fu said with a proud expression. Do you truly have the formula for this pill? The burly man rubbed his hands, his dark face showing a hint of red, his eyes full of ecstatic delight. Bai Yai and Han Li exchanged glances, unable to hide their smiles. Yes, I have the formula, and I'm also well versed in alchemy. As long as the materials are complete, there will be no problem refining the paying pill. Elder Fu nodded without hesitation. It sounds like the materials are hard to gather. Did you invite us here for this reason? Han Li's brows furrowed as he asked seriously. Brother Han is indeed sharp. If it weren't for a crucial ingredient missing, I would have refined the paying pill many years ago. This time, I seek your help to obtain this ingredient. So many years have passed, and even with your status as an elder of the Nine Serenities sect, you couldn't obtain this ingredient. It seems it's really hard to find, Bai Yai said with a frown. More than just hard to find. I originally thought this item had gone extinct in the human realm and had considered the paying pill's formula useless. But unexpectedly, I discovered traces of it in the southern border 30 years ago, rekindling my hopes of refining this pill, Elder Fu said with a bitter smile. All right, Brother Fu, stop beating around the bush. What is this ingredient? Let's hear it first, the burly man urged impatiently. We need the flesh and blood of the Yin-Jai horse, Elder Fu said straightforwardly. The Yin-Jai horse. Does such a spiritual creature even exist in the human realm? Where did you find it? Hanley asked in surprise, squinting his eyes. Bai Yai and the burly man also looked at each other in amazement. Heh, I also thought this creature had long disappeared from our realm. But I accidentally discovered its traces, and it's right here in the southern border, Elder Fu said with a mysterious smile. Since you've already found the Yin-Jai horse's nest, why have you called us here for assistance? Could you be facing a significant problem? After a moment of silence, it was the burly man who spoke first. The Yin-Jai horse, though adept at concealment and moving without a trace, can be captured if given enough time. However, the key issue is that this creature's nest is located within the yin-yang cave of the 10,000 Poison Valley. I simply cannot follow it into such a place. This creature is exceedingly cunning and never ventures out of the cave. The elder surnamed Fu finally revealed the challenge that had left him at a loss for decades. The yin-yang cave. This time, it wasn't just the burly man who gasped in shock. Bai Yai's face also turned pale. Han Li, who had never heard of this place, asked curiously, "What is this yin-yang cave? Is it very dangerous?" Brother Han, you're unaware of the yin-yang cave. I nearly forgot. Being a cultivator from overseas, it's understandable that you don't know. The yin-yang cave is one of the 7 acknowledged deadly places in the Great Jin Empire. Ordinary cultivators who enter it never return, Bai Yai explained softly, a hint of concern in her voice. What makes this place so perilous? Han Li's curiosity grew. The name Yin-Yang Cave signifies a separation of life and death upon entry. To begin with, the cave is filled with a soul-stirring yin wind that can cause even nascent soul stage cultivators' souls to scatter. Furthermore, the cave is located in a place where extreme yin energy converges, producing various formidable ghosts and monsters. Any living being entering the cave would be torn apart by these creatures, even if they could withstand the yin wind, the elder surnamed Fu explained. Indeed, it's worse than that. The Yin-Yang Cave is located thousands of feet underground, with numerous interlocking tunnels and countless chambers. Some cultivators have ventured to the bottom but couldn't fully explore it. In that environment, one's divine sense is obstructed by the yin wind, making them no better than ordinary people. There are even rumors of a powerful ghost king residing deep within the cave, though this hasn't been confirmed. Even powerful cultivators are reluctant to explore it, the burly man added with a grimace. In the past, only some low-grade mineral veins were found in the cave, and it was assumed to be an ancient abandoned mining site. No one had ventured deep into it, but if Brother Fu has now found a Yin Zhai horse inside, it suggests the cave is not as simple as it appears and might hold greater treasures, Bai Yai remarked, her brows relaxing slightly. So many years have passed, and even with Brother Fu's abilities, you couldn't capture the Yin Zhai horse. It shows how dangerous the cave is. Even if there are treasures inside, one must be alive to claim them, Han Li commented, drawing on his experiences in various perilous places. I'm aware of the risks. That's why I've spent decades preparing and have crafted several items specifically to counter ghosts. Moreover, to deal with the soul-stirring yin wind, I've brought the purple ghost pearl from my sect. While it won't completely block the wind, it will reduce its power by half, ensuring our safety, the elder surnamed Fu said confidently. The purple ghost pearl. Both the burly man and Bai Yai were visibly moved upon hearing about this treasure. That's one of the 3 great treasures of the 9 Serenities sect, they exclaimed. So, with my preparations and the help of you 3, we can handle even a powerful ghost king. Once we capture the Yin Zhai horse, I will immediately use it to refine the paying pill and ensure each of you gets a pill. This elixir is a one-time, extraordinary cultivation enhancer, beneficial to all of us. Whatever additional treasures we find will be determined by our luck, the elder surnamed Fu proposed. Han Li and the others remained silent. Even the burly man, who had been the most enthusiastic earlier, now wore a contemplative expression. Since you've prepared so well, why seek our help? Given the status of the 9 Serenities sect, can't you find suitable helpers within your sect? Bai Yai asked calmly. Han Li's expression changed slightly at this question, and the burly man also focused intently on the elder surnamed Fu, awaiting his response. Seeking help from within my sect, that's impossible for me. Due to an old grudge, I've fallen out with most of the fellow cultivators in my sect. They'd rather see me dead. Even if they agreed to help, I'd worry about them betraying me, the elder surnamed Fu explained with a flash of anger. Han Li was taken aback. This explanation, true or not, left no room for further questioning. The group fell silent once more. Venturing into the yin-yang cave is no trivial matter. I need to consider it carefully. How about this? I'll give you a definite answer in 3 days, Bai Yai suggested after a moment of thought. 3 days? That's acceptable. The best time to enter the cave is 6 months from now when the yin wind is at its weakest. You'll need to prepare special artifacts and treasures to deal with ghosts. However, before you leave, I need each of you to swear an oath of secrecy on this page of the underworld river using your blood essence. I want to ensure the matter of the paying pill and the Yin Zhai horse remains confidential, the elder surnamed Fu said with a smile, producing a scorched, yellowish page engulfed in black flames from his sleeve. The page of the underworld river. Isn't this the artifact that curses anyone who breaks their vow? I thought it was lost centuries ago, the burly man exclaimed. Han Li was equally astonished. I acquired this artifact at great cost from an underground market specifically for this venture. It may not be as terrifying as the legends say, but it will ensure your short-term silence. I'm sure you're aware of how Feng Tianxing of the Heavenly Demon sect met his end. He was also a mid-nascent soul cultivator. I doubt any of you want to test it, the elder surnamed Fu said calmly. Well, with the promise of a paying pill, I won't let this chance slip. I'll be there in 6 months, the burly man declared decisively after a moment of hesitation. He then reached out, drawing the black page towards him. A drop of blood essence was spat out and used to inscribe ancient characters on the page. Moments later, a blue-faced, fanged ghost head emerged from the flames, devouring the blood words before disappearing. Seeing this eerie scene, Han Li's heart skipped a beat. The elder surnamed Fu inspected the page, satisfied, and then turned to Bai Yai. After a moment's hesitation, she too used the page in the same manner. When it was Han Li's turn, he sighed inwardly. Despite his unease, there seemed no other choice. He inscribed his oath in blood, and once again the ghost head appeared. However, as it opened its mouth, a strange sound emanated from within Han Li, causing the ghost head to contort in fear before dissipating. The others were stunned. Han Li, showing a hint of surprise, remarked, "It seems this artifact conflicts with something in my body. But I assure you, I'll keep our agreement and meet you in 6 months. This oath is unnecessary." The page of the underworld river flew back to the elder surnamed Fu. Surprised, the elder said nothing, unsure how to proceed. He had no other means to ensure Han Li's silence. "Brother Fu, I believe Brother Han. We can do without the page of the underworld river. I trust he won't break his word," the black-clad woman, silent until now, suddenly spoke. Her voice, slightly hoarse yet magnetic, added an air of unexpected allure as she glanced around. Upon hearing his junior sister say this, the elder surnamed Fu hesitated briefly. but then nodded in agreement. Since the Nether River page is of no use to you, I will not insist further. However, I need to leave a mark on you. As long as you do not leave the southern region, this mark will disappear by itself in half a year. I hope you do not mind, Taoist Han. That's fine. My movements are not secret. You may cast your spell, Han Li replied with a smile, agreeing without a second thought. Hearing this, the elder did not hesitate. He formed a seal with one hand, chanted a few incantations, and sent out a blue light. Han Li carefully observed, and seeing that the spell was indeed just an ordinary mark, raised his arm and allowed the blue light to merge into it and disappear. The elder, surnamed Fu, showed a satisfied expression as he put away the Nether River page and then instructed the group. I have finished my business here. Since Taoist Bai still needs 3 days to consider, my junior sister and I will wait here for 3 days. Taoist Yuan and Taoist Han, you may leave to prepare. The entrance to the Yin-Yang Cave is in the 10,000 Poisons Valley, which is filled with poisonous flowers and plants that, although not a great threat to us, I still hope Taoist Yuan will bring some anti-poison treasures. It is best to conserve our strength before entering the Yin-Yang Cave. Anti-poison? Haha, that's a trivial matter for us in the Poison Saint sect. Leave it to me. I'll be off then, the big man laughed heartily. He cupped his fists to the others, patted the spirit beast bag at his waist, released a giant spirit turtle, and flew away wrapped in a gray whirlwind. Seeing this, Han Li had no intention of staying longer either. He also said his farewells and turned into a green streak, breaking through the air and leaving. Half a year might be tight for him, but it was just enough to refine the 3-flame fan. As for the treasures to deal with ghosts, with the divine thunder of banishment and the Tihu beast, there was no need to prepare anything special. He was eager to refine the treasure fan because he thought it was better to be safe than sorry. In case he encountered unforeseen dangers below, having this fan and the humanoid puppet would give him peace of mind. With this in mind, Han Li flew straight towards Silver Snake Mountain in the central region of the southern region. Over 10 days later, Han Li appeared above a peculiar mountain range. This mountain range was quite large, spanning 300 to 400 miles, but it was narrow and winding, like a giant snake. What was peculiar was that the trees in this range mostly had silver-colored leaves. Looking down from a high altitude, the name Silver Snake Mountain was indeed apt. Han Li did not linger elsewhere and flew directly to the head of the snake. Before he got close, he felt waves of hot wind mixed with a pungent sulfur smell blowing in his face. After a while, several bare volcanic peaks came into view, all cone-shaped and extremely ugly. What was alarming was that these volcanic craters occasionally emitted low rumbles and sometimes spewed out columns of ash, which was quite intimidating. Despite this, various lights were flashing around these volcanoes, and many cultivators were coming and going from the craters. There were dozens of cultivators gathered here. Most of these cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, with a few at the core formation stage, but only a handful. This was normal. Once a cultivator reached the core formation stage, they usually focused on refining their own magical treasures and did not need to come here anymore. As for nascent soul cultivators, there was none to be seen. Hanley stopped his light in the air, surveyed below for a few moments, and then his pupils flashed blue. The fire veins in this area immediately became clear in his divine sense. A moment later, Hanley identified the spot with the strongest fire vein and flew straight between two volcanoes. When he was 100 feet above the ground, he stopped his light abruptly. Hanley shook his sleeve, and 7 or 8 small golden swords flew out, circling in front of him. With a low shout and a hand seal, the swords emitted a clear cry, transforming into several-meter-long golden lights that slashed downwards. With a loud rumble, the ground below exploded, and the spot hit by the sword lights shone brilliantly. When Hanley's expression shifted and the sword lights returned to him, a 20-meter-wide crevice appeared below, dark and seemingly bottomless. The nearby cultivators, who were refining their artifacts, were naturally startled by Hanley's actions. Some couldn't help but fly over to investigate. Sensing their movements, Hanley's face darkened, and he suddenly released the powerful aura of a nascent soul cultivator. A shocking spiritual pressure surged skyward, sweeping outward from Hanley as the center. The cultivators within dozens of miles were all startled by Hanley's aura. Those who intended to investigate hurriedly turned back. Some closer ones even hastily left their original spots, scattering in all directions. They all feared inadvertently offending this senior expert and bringing disaster upon themselves. Seeing that the nearby cultivators were wisely avoiding the area, Hanley was very pleased. He then descended into the crevice, his light flashing and disappearing into the crack. Before long, word spread among the cultivators in Silver Snake Mountain that a nascent soul-level expert had taken residence there. Everyone was on edge, trying to avoid the area as much as possible, turning the vicinity into a forbidden zone where no one dared to set foot. Days passed, and the crevice remained silent at first. But after a month, rumbling, thunderous sounds began emanating from it occasionally. Another month later, the thunder became sporadic, replaced by a clear, phoenix-like cry, which also gradually subsided into silence. While Hanley was busy refining his treasure, in the imperial palace of Jin capital, a side hall was filled with more than 10 male and female cultivators in various attires, including Taoists, monks, and Confucian scholars. Astonishingly, they were all at the nascent soul stage or above, with a square-faced man in brocade robes and an elderly woman with a golden cane being mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. The elderly man in the black crown was among them. These people sat quietly in their chairs, all silent. Some were restlessly glancing toward the hall entrance, as if waiting for someone. 11th brother, are you sure you didn't mistake him? Is it really him? But 300 years ago, I witnessed 7th uncle's death with my own eyes, the square-faced cultivator asked cautiously, showing a hint of concern. Seventh uncle's appearance is so unique. How could I mistake him? Besides, even if the person is a fake, seventh uncle's magic treasure, the cold moon blade, can't be, the elderly Taoist replied with a bitter smile. Second brother, there's no need to be so nervous. We'll find out the truth in a moment. With so many of us here, could we all be mistaken? If it's truly seventh uncle, it's heaven's blessing for our Yi family. If it's a fake, no matter if he's a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he won't leave this hall alive, the mid-nascent soul elderly woman said sinisterly. What you say is true, but it's always better to be cautious. The square-faced cultivator sighed and said no more. After a full hour, when faint chimes were heard from afar, a tall, thin figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Then, in a strange, floating manner, he stepped into the hall and immediately appeared in the middle of the room. His appearance instantly came into clear view. With yellowish eyebrows and small eyes, but an abnormally large head, almost half larger than a regular person's, swaying on his neck as if it could fall off at any moment, he looked extremely eerie. However, the cultivators in the hall were all shocked and stood up upon seeing his terrifying appearance. "Are you really seventh uncle?" the square-faced cultivator cautiously asked, taking a deep breath. He, second boy, it's been hundreds of years and you don't recognize me anymore. But that's understandable. I died and came back to life, naturally making you suspicious. However, I have third boy's transmission jade slip here. Take a look and you'll understand, the strange man laughed, throwing a green jade slip over. The square-faced cultivator caught the jade slip with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, immersing his divine sense into it. Within moments, his face changed several times. When he withdrew his divine sense, he was overjoyed and bowed deeply to the strange man. It turns out the matter of seventh uncle's death was a brilliant scheme by the previous great elder. Nephew's earlier rudeness, please forgive. You were cautious, which pleases me. How could I blame you? The strange man waved his hand, unconcerned. The other cultivators also checked the jade slip, and soon they were all equally astonished and delighted, stepping forward to pay their respects. It's really seventh uncle. Greetings, third granduncle. The greetings came one after another. Gaga, you may all rise, the strange man said happily, unceremoniously taking the main seat. Elder brother mentioned in the jade slip that seventh uncle reached mid-nascent soul stage 200 years ago. Is that true? The elderly woman asked respectfully. Indeed. Back then, those major sects targeted me because they believed I had a. With seventh uncle's assistance and third brother, we now have two major cultivators helping us retrieve the treasure, along with the family cultivators and some recruited external elders. This force is enough to contend with the top 10 sects of both the righteous and demonic paths. This mission to the southern region seems promising, the square-faced cultivator said excitedly. I won't interfere with your plans. I will only provide my support. Whether the Yi family can break free from the control of the righteous and demonic paths depends on this mission. I won't hold you back, the strange man said slowly. Hearing the family's sole remaining elder say this, the square-faced cultivator and the old woman were overjoyed and naturally responded with polite humility. Finally, these elders of the Jinn capital's foremost family conspired in the hall for half a day before dispersing. In a secret chamber within a mansion somewhere in the imperial city, a mass of pitch-black demonic energy filled the room. Within it, a gigantic two-headed demon with black and purple glowing eyes appeared terrifyingly fierce. After an unknown period, the demon suddenly let out a low growl. The demonic energy surged and was absorbed back into the demon's body. Simultaneously, the demon formed seals with all four hands, and after a burst of black light, transformed into an ordinary-looking young man with a face somewhat resembling Han Li. It was the ancient demon who had infiltrated the Yi family. Not bad, my injuries have recovered by 80%. As long as I don't encounter those old fellows, no one in Jinn can harm me. The Yi family members should be making their move soon. Given my displayed knowledge of ancient times, they can't possibly leave me behind. Once we're there, heh, the demon murmured, a cold smile appearing on his face. As the ancient demon finished healing, in a secret cave of the Yin Luo sect outside Jin capital, Ji Tianhao was conversing with the holy lady Tian Lan. I've received news that Fu Cheng from the Nine Nether sect has appeared in the southern region. That Hanboy participated in the underground trade fair with him. If we hadn't received some intel, we might still be in the dark. If he's there, that Hanboy might be nearby. Our sect's great elder has some matters to attend to in the southern region and is already on his way. If he finds that person, he will personally deal with him. Would Taoist Lin be interested in going with me to take a look? Fu Chang, his presence there doesn't necessarily mean that Han will be in the southern region. I've received word that Master Su has led a group of temple guardians into Jin. They'll join me in Jin capital soon, so I need to stay here for a while. Once I've met with them, if there's no concrete news about that person, I'll head to the southern region, Lin Yinping replied, shaking her head. Master Su is coming. That's wonderful news. The great elder will be very pleased. I'll stay here and wait with you, Taoist Lin. After all, the great elder instructed me to accompany you, Ji Tianhao said happily. Lin Yinping smiled and nodded slightly. By the way, didn't that Han fellow appear along the coast and become a guest elder of 3 small sects? Have they found any information about him? Lin Yinping asked with a frown. No, he's extremely cunning. After standing up for those sects once, he disappeared completely. Moreover, his relationship with the Sky Symbol sect has been clarified. They are merely acquaintances. Even if we wipe out those sects, he wouldn't care, Ji Tianhao said helplessly. Indeed, he's a cultivator from Tiannan, so he wouldn't truly care about those sects. However, I had someone infiltrate Tiannan to investigate his background. By the time Master Su arrives, we should have information on him. We can then decide how to handle him next time, Lin Yinping said coldly. If we can get his details and understand his cultivation methods, it will be much easier to deal with him. Do we know when Master Su will arrive? Ji Tianhao asked, invigorated. In 2 or 3 months at most. If Master Su joins forces with your great elder, I doubt we can let him escape again, the holy lady said, her voice filled with hatred. Ji Tianhao was moved by her words. Despite her claim that she was pursuing him for killing many Tian Lan cultivators, it didn't seem wise to continue provoking such a formidable enemy. Clearly, there was another reason, and he decided to uncover it. Lin Yinping was also uneasy. With the holy beast's avatar being imprisoned for so long, she feared the truth might soon be revealed. She couldn't contact the higher realm proactively, and the main body hadn't discovered the issue yet, but she knew it couldn't be delayed much longer. She had to rescue the holy beast's avatar soon while minimizing losses among the Tian Lan cultivators, likely by utilizing the Yin Luo sex cultivators. In a place near the southern region's border, an old man with a cheerful expression was traveling using a light body technique, chatting animatedly with a few young qi refinement cultivators who were captivated by his tailies. If Han Li were present, he would have been shocked to see the old man, none other than the suspected nascent soul cultivator Xiang Zhili. After Han Li left the Sky Symbol sect, Xiang Zhili had mysteriously disappeared, startling the sect's high-level members who suspected Han Li had a hand in it. They suppressed the incident, forbidding any mention of Xiang Zhili. Now, several years later, Xiang Zhili had reappeared, adding to the mystery. In the Jin cultivation world, several major forces sensed the undercurrent of tension despite the surface calm. Some powerful sects suspected the Yi family, but had no concrete evidence, leading to frequent high-level meetings and secretive planning. The entire Jin kingdom seemed on the verge of a storm. Months later, in the volcanic region of Silver Serpent Mountain in the southern region, a long, exuberant howl echoed through the sky. A blinding green streak shot up from underground, disappearing into the horizon in a flash, leaving onlookers gaping in astonishment. 7 or 8 days later, a similar green streak appeared above the largest primeval forest in the southern region, spanning nearly 10,000 miles, heading westward. Soon, the light appeared above a massive basin, where 1,000-foot-tall yellow poisonous mist filled the air. The light descended to the edge of the mist. Taoist Han, you're a bit late. Taoist Bai and Taoist Yuan have been here for several days. We're only waiting for you now, an old man said with a smile as Han Li's figure appeared beside a few seated cultivators. It was the old man named Fu, with Bai Yai and Yuan beside him. I was refining a magical tool that was completed just a few days ago. Apologies for the delay, Han Li said, cupping his fists. No problem. The season for weaker yin winds lasts for 3 months. A few days won't matter. Since you've rushed here after refining, would you like to rest for a couple of days to recover your strength? Bai Yai suggested after scrutinizing Han Li. Indeed. As Taoist Bai said, It's best to be in peak condition before entering the yin-yang cave, the old man agreed. Yuan and the other woman, though silent, seemed to agree as well. Very well. I'll rest for 2 days then. We'll enter the valley afterward, Han Li nodded, glancing at the yellow poisonous mist where a dark valley entrance was faintly visible. He sat cross-legged on the ground, producing 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and began meditating. The others, though their magical power was full, also closed their eyes to rest, ensuring their mind and body were in the best condition. 2 days passed quickly. When Han Li opened his eyes again, the old man surnamed Fu immediately called out, "Let's go." The others rose, their bodies glowing with protective lights. With my poison-dispelling jade, crossing the valley of 10,000 poisons is easy. But beware of tiny poisonous insects in the mist. Do not dispel your protective light lightly. This valley is an ancient forbidden area with unknown restrictions. Flying directly to the entrance would be safest otherwise, the big man said, raising a silver-glowing jade scepter, and led the way. Han Li and the others followed. As the man approached the mist's edge, he pointed his scepter and chanted, releasing waves of silver light that parted the mist, thinning it significantly. The big man cast a light body spell on himself and leaped towards the valley entrance. Deep within the valley of 10,000 poisons, a place teeming with poisonous insects, silver light suddenly flashed, followed by the shooting out of over a dozen massive fireballs. With a few puff sounds, these fireballs didn't explode, but transformed midair into vividly lifelike fire snakes that pounced onto the ground. The intense heat surged, forming a small sea of fire in the blink of an eye, turning all the insects on the ground to ash. Wow, Taoist Han's control over spells has truly reached the realm of perfection. If one were to say that you specialize in fire attribute techniques, few would disbelieve it, came a woman's amused voice. It's nothing. In the past, when my cultivation level was low, I loved using the fireball technique. It's just a matter of practice making perfect, Han Li replied indifferently. From the distance, through the mist, Han Li and his companions' figures emerged one after another, walking towards the gradually extinguishing sea of fire. Han Li's gaze swept across the distance and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Opposite the fire sea, the poison mist was exceptionally thin, vaguely revealing something. But before he could release his divine sense, the leading burly man pointed with his jade rui, causing it to shine brightly and shoot forward. Under the illumination of the silver light, everything that was initially shrouded in mist became clear. Upon seeing it, Han Li gasped. Not far ahead, a massive ravine appeared. Looking to the sides, the ravine seemed endless, but its width was about 100 feet, with occasional blasts of faint black wind from within, scattering the surrounding poisonous mist. This is the entrance to the yin-yang cavern. Let's go over. Apart from Han Li and Bai Yai, the others had been here before. Following the elder's words, They walked over without hesitation and stood by the edge of the giant ravine. Despite the fierce winds emanating from the ravine, none of them appeared flustered, calmly peering downward. The interior of the ravine resembled an abyss, with swirling black winds forming various-sized eerie whirlpools, accompanied by faint ghostly wails. Hanley glanced at the ravine walls and saw a thick layer of ice crystals shimmering. What we are seeing now is not the terrifying yin wind, just the ordinary yin wind. But once we descend several hundred feet, the terrifying yin wind will appear. Without proper defense, even nascent soul cultivators like us can't withstand it for long. But with the purple ghost pearl I brought, the threat is greatly reduced. However, the size of the terrifying yin wind varies in different parts of the yin-yang cavern. Given your extensive experience, I need not elaborate on the importance of caution. The elder explained after they finished examining the ravine. He then produced a fist-sized, purplish mist-covered orb. Upon its appearance, Hanley scrutinized it closely. Instantly, his vision was filled with purple shadows, his divine sense in turmoil as if his soul were about to be drawn out. Startled, his great evolution technique activated spontaneously. A cool sensation washed over his mind, restoring his clarity. Without showing any emotion, Hanley felt alarmed internally. This object, being the sect's treasured artifact, indeed had its sinister qualities. Thinking this, Hanley glanced at the burly man and Bai Yai. Both of them had flickering eyes and uneasy expressions. It seemed they too had suffered from the orb's bewildering effects. How they managed to escape it was unknown. Ignoring the trio's reactions, the elder muttered an incantation while holding the orb. A flash of intense light and a faint halo spread from the orb, enveloping a 30-foot radius, including Hanley and the others. The initially fierce, icy winds weakened significantly. The purple ghost pearl lives up to its name. The burly man couldn't help but exclaim as he stowed his jade ruyi. This orb's true value will only be seen once we descend. Let's go, the elder replied, summoning a purple-red mist and starting to descend. Hanley and the others followed suit, releasing their protective artifacts and flying into the ravine. The burly man used a green jade plaque hovering above his head. Bai Yai had an icy crystal flying knife circling her. The black-clad woman wielded a black shield closely before her. Hanley employed several golden flying swords to protect himself. Soon, their figures were engulfed by the swirling black vortexes. The vicinity of the giant ravine returned to tranquility. Simultaneously, above an unnamed small lake in the southern wilderness, 7 or 8 cultivators floated, listening to a black-clad cultivator. These cultivators, including a few from the Yi family who had gathered at the palace months ago, seemed to be both Taoist and secular practitioners. In their midst stood the large-headed man, swaying beside a square-faced nascent soul mid-stage cultivator, and a young man who resembled Hanley, the ancient demon. The demon listened, to the black-clad cultivator's explanation with an expressionless face. The black-clad cultivator, though merely at the core formation stage, showed utmost respect to the nascent soul elders. 400 years ago, from a fragment of an ancient stele, our Yi family discovered the general whereabouts of Kunwu Spirit Mountain. We've been planning for it ever since. This ancient and renowned immortal site was mysteriously submerged underground by ancient cultivators. Besides being an invaluable exploration site with numerous ancient cultivators' caves, the stele also hinted at two peerless spiritual treasures left in the mountain. If our Yi family could obtain them, our power would double, enough to deter the major sects of both righteous and demonic paths. Over a century, we sent countless disciples across Dajin and finally located the site beneath this lake. Our formation masters have been breaking the seals ever since. This task, due to its significance, was managed by our former Grand Elder, with only a few elders aware of it. The black-clad cultivator paused before continuing. But the ancient seals were far more profound than we imagined, layered over a 100-mile area. Our formation masters took over a century to decipher a way to break them, needing to harness the power of the heavens and earth to do so. The materials required were vast and rare, and the formation had to be laid discreetly to avoid attracting attention, making this a massive and slow project. Only now is the final stage near completion. Our formation masters are setting up the last array under the lake, which will be done in about a month. Then, we will activate a super concealment array to suppress any disturbance during the breaking process, allowing our elders to enter Kunwu Mountain unhurriedly. Having finished, the black-clad cultivator respectfully stepped back. Kunwu Mountain. So our destination is this mountain. Incredible. I thought it was some ancient cultivator's cave. Indeed, only a place like Kunwu Mountain could house such treasures. Except for the large-headed man, the square-faced cultivator, and the ancient demon, the other cultivators whispered excitedly. HMPH, don't get excited too soon. Breaking the seal is just the first step. If it were that simple, why would third brother gather us here and bring seventh uncle for assistance? And why would the Grand Elder come incognito a month later to join us in Kunwu Mountain? The square-faced cultivator said sternly, silencing the others. Does brother imply something unusual about Kunwu Mountain? Asked a Taoist-dressed elder. More than unusual. We might never return, the square-faced man said grimly. How can that be? With seventh uncle and third brother, we should be safe, a scholar exclaimed. If it were that simple, why would ancient cultivators seal a perfectly good spirit mountain, leaving peerless treasures? There must be an extraordinary secret. The danger is unimaginable, the square-faced man said darkly. The others exchanged worried glances. Enough, this is a worst-case scenario. There might be other reasons for the seal, but be cautious. If anything happens, I won't stand by idly, the large-headed man reassured, restoring some calm. At this moment, the square-faced man turned to the ancient demon, saying earnestly, Elder Han, your expertise in ancient texts will be invaluable in Kunwu Mountain. Rest assured, we have found 2 magic artifacts. Once this task is complete, they will be yours. Since there's a magical weapon as a reward, I will certainly do my best, Gumo said with a calm demeanor. Good, it's enough that you say that, Taoist friend. Everyone, follow me to the lake bed. Although this place is remote, we should still be cautious of passing cultivators to avoid unnecessary complications. The square-faced cultivator finished speaking, and his body flashed with spiritual light as he descended towards the lake surface. Seeing this, the others also began to fly downward. In the blink of an eye, the lake water rippled, and the cultivators disappeared from the lake's surface, leaving only a gentle breeze blowing over the now silent lake. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the bottom of the yin-yang cave, Han Li and his companions encountered some minor troubles. With a thought, Han Li sent out a burst of golden light in front of him, easily shattering and attacking one-horned ghost into pieces. Almost simultaneously, golden light flashed above and below him, splitting 2 more ghosts into halves, their bodies disintegrating into black mist. Han Li then glanced at his companions. The elderly man named Fu and the others had also used their magical weapons to eliminate the remaining ghosts. These ghosts were small in stature, but they were fierce and fearless. Han Li did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he frowned. Brother Fu, we've been walking for several days now. We haven't seen any sign of the Yin Zhai horse yet. Although these ghosts are just low-level entities formed by condensed yin energy and lack intelligence, it's still not a good strategy to keep killing them like this, the burly man named Yuan said, after piercing a small ghost with a green fire. Brother Yuan, there's no need to worry. This underground cave is vast, and the Yin Zhai horse is adept at hiding. It's not easy to find it. These small ghosts are endless, but they are easy for us to kill. As long as we regularly use spirit stones to replenish our mana, we can sustain ourselves for quite a while, the elderly man surnamed Fu said confidently. That's true, but resisting the soul-stirring yin wind consumes a lot of mana as well. Even with our mid-nascent soul stage cultivation, we can only stay underground for 2 months at most, Bai Yai sighed as she looked around. They were in a large passageway, about several tens of feet high, with black ice glistening on the walls. The thick black wind swirling around them emitted sharp, eerie cries, making one's heart tremble. However, the light from the elder's treasure orb dissolved most of the wind around them. Even so, Han Li and the others were surrounded by intense spiritual light, not daring to let any of the remaining wind touch their bodies. The small ghosts continuously emerged from the black wind, rushing at them like moths to a flame. After a flash of cold light and the sound of shattering ice, Bai Yai had turned another ghost into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into pieces. With the area finally cleared of ghosts, the group retracted their magical weapons and continued along the passage. In this yin-yang cave, the yin wind was strong, and their divine senses couldn't extend far. No one dared to travel at full speed with their escape light. Otherwise, they could have explored all the passages in just a few days. After only a short while, the black wind ahead intensified, and suddenly a three-way fork in the path appeared, with one large and two smaller passages before them. Naturally, the group paused. Another fork. This won't do. If there are more forks like this, 2 months won't be enough to search all the passages. We need to split up, Han Li said coldly, his eyes flashing. Split up, but we only have one Zaiyu pearl. Without its protection, our mana will deplete rapidly against the soul-stirring yin wind, shortening our time here even further, the burly man surnamed Yuan said, glancing at the elder's treasure. If it's the Zaiyu pearl, I can expend some essence blood to temporarily extend its divine light to you all. However, it won't last long. As long as the intensity of the yin wind remains constant, it can last for about 7 to 8 days each time, the elderly man surnamed Fu suggested. 7 or 8 days should be enough for us to explore the forked passages. But we must be able to accurately find each other before the divine light wears off. Therefore, we must leave mana marks on each other to use secret techniques to locate one another, Han Li said, appearing to have thought this through. Though unlikely, what if we encounter high-level ghosts that we can't handle alone? Bai Yayi asked with a slight frown. HMPH, if we mid-nascent soul cultivators can't handle it, the ghost would at least be at the Ghost King level. This place isn't the true underworld. Such powerful ghosts can't form from just yin energy. At most, there might be a few fierce ghosts deeper in. Rumors of Ghost Kings equivalent to great cultivators are just baseless tales. This risk is worth taking. Otherwise, once our mana is depleted, and the yin wind weakens after its peak, it will be much harder to re-enter. The burly man, knowing more about the yin-yang cave, argued. The elder and the black-clad woman exchanged glances, showing some hesitation. They had not initially considered splitting up for safety reasons. However, the cave was larger than expected, with many more passages. If they didn't split up, they might return empty-handed. Bai Yayi seemed persuaded, and after a moment of thought, didn't object further. All right, we'll do as you say. Just remember, don't stray more than 3 days' journey from me, or I might not make it in time to renew the divine light, the elder cautioned. Don't worry. The main passages should not be too long. 3 days is enough to explore them, Han Li said calmly, looking at the differently sized passageways. Seeing Han Li's confidence, the elder didn't hesitate any longer. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the Zaiyu pearl. The pearl shone brightly. The elder cast several incantations, and then grabbed the pearl from the air. A ball of purple light emerged from the pearl, and slowly floated to the elder's hand. The elder then looked at the others, and sent the purple light to the black-clad woman first. The purple light instantly enveloped her, forming a protective barrier identical to the Zaiyu pearl's aura. The others, seeing the effective technique, relaxed and let the elder perform the same process. After marking each other with mana, they split into 3 groups and entered the 3 passages. The elder and his sister took the middle passage, while the burly man and Han Li each took the side passages. Bai Yai hesitated, but then followed Han Li into the same passage. Sensing her behind him, Han Li slowed down, allowing her to catch up, and they proceeded side by side. Brother Han, don't you think the reputation of this yin-yang cave is a bit exaggerated? They say cultivators who enter will be separated by life and death, implying extreme danger. But apart from the bothersome yin wind, we haven't faced any real threats. Could it be that the deadly reputation is overblown? Bai Yai asked unexpectedly. Han Li was surprised but smiled faintly, replying, "Although I don't know much about this place, the 7 deadly areas of the Great Jinn shouldn't be taken lightly. Don't forget, the soul-stirring yin wind is formidable. If a cultivator below nascent soul level enters, even with their life-bound treasure protecting them, they'd be torn apart by the wind vortex at the entrance. Only because we have the Zaiyu Pearl's protection and our superior cultivation can we be safe so far. Moreover, we've only been underground for a few days, encountering the lowest level ghosts. If we go deeper, the yin energy will be denser, and more powerful ghosts should appear." "You have a point, Brother Han. I was a bit impatient. Oh, here come more ghosts." As Bai Yai spoke, 7 or 8 more ghosts emerged from the surrounding yin wind, rushing at them. With a burst of cold light and golden glow, they quickly dispatched the ghosts. Thus, the 2 slowly proceeded together. After half a day, they still found nothing. Emerging empty-handed from another cave, they suddenly heard a sharp, eerie cry carried by the wind, filled with violent intent. "What is that?" Bai Yai was startled. "It sounds like a refined corpse. We might have encountered a high-level ghost," Han Li said calmly, his eyes flashing. A refined corpse. Such a coincidence. Bai Yai raised her eyebrows in surprise. Unfazed, the 2 headed towards the sound. Rounding a corner, they found a cave entrance several feet high on one side of the passage. The black wind inside was much stronger than in the passage, roaring violently. The ghostly wailing came from this cave. "What's this?" Bai Yai noticed something stuck next to the cave entrance, encased in ice. With a wave of her hand, she sent several fist-sized fireballs, melting the ice instantly and revealing a blue flying sword embedded in the wall, with only a small part visible. As the ice melted, the sword suddenly emitted a weak glow, vibrating as if trying to break free. Bai Yai, surprised, flicked her sleeve, sending a red cord to wrap around the sword hilt. With a gentle tug, she pulled the sword from the wall, holding it in her hand. Bai Yai's bright eyes sparkled as she wielded her sword with a single hand, slicing through the air. A several-foot-long sword light materialized and struck the ice wall hard, leaving a deep sword mark. Han Li's expression shifted at the sight. After so many years, this flying sword still retains its spiritual nature. It shows how much effort its owner invested in it back then. Judging by its power, the sword's owner should have been a mid to late stage core formation cultivator. This is quite strange, as such a cultivator shouldn't have been able to reach this place. Bai Yai remarked after examining the sword several times and finding no useful marks. She appeared puzzled. "May I take a look?" Hanli suddenly asked. "Why be so polite, fellow Taoist?" "Go ahead," Bai Yai said with a charming smile, flicking her jade-like finger to send the flying sword towards Hanli. Hanli caught the flying sword with one hand and began examining it closely. After a while, he furrowed his brows slightly. "What's the matter, Brother Han? Did you find something?" Bai Yai asked curiously. "This sword is entirely made from blue primordial crystal, but crafting a flying sword solely from this material is not wise. Mixing in a few other materials would have enhanced the sword's quality. However, this method of crafting flying swords was prevalent over 10,000 years ago. The technique of blending materials was discovered later. Judging by the patterns and runes on this sword, it seems quite ancient. This indicates that, although the sword's owner wasn't an ancient cultivator, they should have been a cultivator from tens of thousands of years ago," Han Li explained calmly. "Brother Han, your expertise in artifact crafting is quite impressive. I'm a bit surprised," Bai Yai said with some astonishment. "It's nothing. I was just fortunate enough to have seen a similar sword in an atlas. Let's go inside the cave and see if we find anything else," Han Li suggested, looking towards the cave indifferently. "Very well, after you, fellow Taoist," Bai Yai agreed after a brief thought, releasing a misty white jade umbrella and gracefully moving towards the cave. Han Li smiled slightly and summoned a few flying swords to form a protective golden light around himself before following her in. The cave was pitch black, with only the sound of wind and faint shrieks coming from deep within. It seemed the ghosts inside had noticed their arrival and were becoming more violent. However, the sounds didn't seem too far away. "It seems this place isn't too large, which makes things easier," Han Li muttered, raising his hand to summon a moonstone, which floated above them, emitting a bright white light. He then cast a spell, making the moonstone's light intensify, illuminating the surroundings clearly. However, due to the obstruction of the black yin wind, the distant areas remained blurry. After walking just 50 to 60 yards along the cave passage, they reached a bright opening with faint green light emanating from it. Han Li and Bai Yai exchanged surprised glances. All the caves they had explored earlier were extremely cold and devoid of light. Without exception, they were abandoned mines of no value. Given their cultivation levels, while they grew more cautious, they didn't hesitate to proceed. Holding the jade umbrella in front of her, Bai Yai's figure flickered as she reached the entrance first. One look inside made her face turn pale. Han Li appeared beside her shortly after, and his expression also changed slightly upon a glance. This was a stalactite cave with a diameter of over 30 yards. The cave's ceiling and walls emitted a faint green glow, and in the center stood a rough stone pillar about 10 feet tall. The stone pillar was unremarkable, rough and simple, but a corpse was tightly bound to it with iron chains. The corpse had long gray-white hair, was naked and pitch black, with its head drooping, obscuring its face. However, its abdomen had been cut open with a sharp blade, and its internal organs were missing. This eerie sight shocked even Han Li, who was usually unflappable, and Bai Yayi couldn't help but gasp. As Han Li was about to speak, the blue flying sword in his hand suddenly emitted a continuous ringing sound, followed by intense trembling. Han Li instinctively tossed the sword into the air. The sword flew towards the stone pillar, transforming back into a small sword about 1/2 foot long. It circled the corpse, emitting sorrowful wails. Is this corpse the owner of the flying sword? It seems not only was their core taken, but they also lost their life, by Yayi's side, showing a trace of pity on her face. He didn't just die normally. He was sacrificed alive using evil magic, Han Li said coldly. Live sacrifice? Bai Yayi was startled and only then noticed a large, faint magic array on the cave floor. Most of it was covered in dust, making it hard to see at first. To identify the specific type of live sacrifice array, we need to restore the array, Han Li said calmly. That's easy. Leave it to me, Bai Yayi replied with a light smile. She opened her mouth, and a small, ice-carved fan flew out, growing to about 1 foot long. She waved it lightly at the cave floor. A gust of yellowish wind swept out from the fan, blowing the dust into a swirling storm. For a moment, the entire cave was filled with swirling dust, making it hard to see anything. But with the purple, ghostly light and protective spiritual light shielding them, Han Li and Bai Yayi were unaffected by the dust. They focused solely on the magic array on the ground, ignoring everything else. At this moment, 10 yards behind them, a dark shadow silently emerged from the ground, lying motionless. Han Li and Bai Yayi didn't turn around, seemingly unaware of the shadow's presence. Seeing this, the shadow's red eyes flashed with ferocity. It darted forward like an arrow, its head tilting slightly to spray a black beam towards Bai Yayi. The shadow intended to attack both Han Li and Bai Yayi simultaneously. At that instant, Han Li suddenly backhanded a slap. A green light hand appeared in the cave's ceiling, grabbing the shadow accurately by its waist. The black beam aimed at Bai Yayi was deftly deflected by her elegant movement with the jade umbrella, reappearing behind her. The umbrella's white light flashed, deflecting the black beam into the stone wall, leaving a deep hole about 1 inch wide. Bai Yayi then looked at the shadow caught in the light hand, which turned out to be a monster with a snake body and ape face, sporting 2 long arms. The monster was covered in black scales, about 3 to 4 yards long. Each hand held a small, sharp bone spear. Despite being tightly gripped by the light hand, the monster struggled fiercely, its blood-red eyes glaring at the two with deep hatred. A sinister ape. Does such a ghostly creature really exist? Bai Yai was slightly stunned upon seeing the monster. Yes, it said this ghost forms from human resentment in heavy yin areas. It is violent and bloodthirsty, fond of consuming human brains. It can mimic various ghostly sounds. The previous corpse wails were probably its doing. I've seen its depiction in old texts, but this is my first encounter with one. Still, it's not very formidable. Attacking us with such little ability was a death wish, Hanley said dismissively after a few glances at the creature. Such an evil ghost should be destroyed. Bai Yai said with disdain, her face turning cold. With a point of her finger, a cold light shot out, encircling the ghost and turning it into an ice sculpture. Hanley chuckled, not saying anything. He willed the green light hand to squeeze, shattering the ice sculpture into pieces. By this time, the dust in the cave had settled, revealing the circular magic array clearly. Hanley narrowed his eyes and calmly approached the array. Bai Yai, however, seemed less interested, her bright eyes scanning the cave as if searching for something. This magic array is a type of soul refinement array, and a very ancient one at that. Also, Hanley finally spoke after some thought. What else? Bai Yai asked, her attention shifting to the array. This array was inscribed here long before the corpse appeared. It dates back to ancient times, Hanley said with certainty. Is that so? How can you tell? Bai Yai asked, surprised. It's just my experience speaking. I might be wrong, Hanley responded with a vague smile. Bai Yai was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth with a light laugh, not pressing further. No matter what this array and the corpse's story is, it has nothing to do with us. Since there's nothing else here, let's leave, she suggested, retrieving the blue flying sword and storing it in her pouch. You're right, Hanley agreed. As they approached the entrance, Hanley suddenly felt a strange sense of unease and stopped. He turned back to glance at the corpse. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Bai Yai asked, puzzled. Hanley didn't immediately respond. His eyes flashed as he raised a finger, aiming at the corpse. With a low, thunderous sound, a thin arc of golden light shot from his fingertip, heading straight for the corpse on the stone pillar. In Bai Yai's astonished gaze, the golden arc burst upon the dried corpse. The ancient body instantly disintegrated into white ashes under the golden light. Let's go. It seems I was overthinking, Hanley said calmly after a moment of silence, his brow slightly furrowed. He then strode out of the cave. Bai Yai chuckled softly, shook her head, and followed him out without a second thought. Shortly after, the two reappeared in the passage and continued to fly forward. As their figures receded and were finally engulfed by the black yin wind, a humanoid shadow slowly emerged from the ground beneath the stone pillar in the cave. This shadow was completely pitch black, its features indistinct, appearing as a pure shadow. Only its eyes emitted a strange green light. It first glanced at the ice-shard remnants of the sinister ape near the entrance, then lowered its gaze to the ashes in front of the stone pillar. Suddenly, it lunged to the ground. A bizarre scene unfolded. As the shadow rolled, the ashes flew towards it, adhering all over its body without falling off. Then, with a low hum, black energy emanated from the shadow, enveloping it entirely. Moments later, the black energy churned, and a dried corpse identical to the previous one emerged from it. This time, the corpse was no longer lifeless. Its head turned slightly before its mouth opened, spewing a black yin wind that swept over the ice-shard remnants of the sinister ape. In the black wind, the ice melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a swish, a complete sinister ape leapt out of the wind. It bared its teeth a few times, then with a few leaps, it arrived under the corpse, climbing up its legs like a pet and staying motionless. The corpse extended a pitch-black claw, casually pressing the sinister ape's head a couple of times while its eyes, glowing green, stared at the exit. The corpse seemed to be pondering something, appearing as if it had developed intelligence. Meanwhile, at the peak of a giant mountain in southern Xinjiang, the sound of fierce fighting and shouting echoed from a manor. Nearly 100 black-robed cultivators were attacking a faint yellow barrier with various magical treasures and tools. The barrier covered most of the manor, within which only a dozen yellow-robed cultivators were desperately waving colorful formation flags to reinforce the barrier. But due to their small numbers, the barrier was on the verge of collapsing, and panic was evident on their faces. Hundreds of feet above the manor, a stern-looking middle-aged cultivator in a yellow robe hovered in the air, his face extremely pale. Around him, 5 gray-white figures, each as insubstantial as smoke, formed a circle surrounding him. "Brother Zong, can you not spare the He family? I have some acquaintance with the ghost sect leader. If you show mercy, I am willing to lead the He family out of the cultivation world and never appear again. Moreover, this is southern Xinjiang. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble with such reckless actions?" The middle-aged cultivator pleaded, still clinging to a sliver of hope. "Your He family agreed to submit to our Yin Luo sect, yet you want to renege. Do you think our Yin Luo sect is a joke? Moving to southern Xinjiang won't hide you from us. For the sake of our reputation, the He family must be wiped out. I also intend to use your head to intimidate others. Will you end your life, or should I do it? The 5-child harmonious demon leaves no bones," came a ghostly voice, its source indiscernible, chilling and ethereal. The yellow-robed cultivator's heart sank upon hearing this. At that moment, a thunderous crash came from below. The yellow-robed cultivator's face changed as he quickly looked down to see the protective barrier shatter into fragments, disappearing without a trace. The yellow-robed cultivator's face turned deathly pale. The Yin Luo sect cultivators outside the manor cheered, and a flood of light beams rained down, engulfing the dozen or so cultivators within the barrier. "How dare you?" The yellow-robed cultivator, unable to hold back his rage, slapped his waist pouch, releasing a yellow light that transformed into a giant yellow python, which shot downward. "Why bother with the juniors below? Face me instead and show your Hunshin brick. The mysterious figure's voice echoed disdainfully. One of the white figures moved swiftly, appearing below the yellow python in an instant. The python, with a flash of ferocity in its eyes, opened its mouth wide to bite. But without a word, the white figure transformed into a giant skull, about 10 feet in size, pure white. The python hesitated, trying to halt its attack, but it was too late. The skull laughed eerily and sprayed white silk from its mouth, wrapping the python's head tightly in an instant. The python struggled fiercely, its massive tail slamming into the skull like a steel whip. But the skull remained unmoved. Instead, a gray light emanated from its mouth, traveling along the silk to the python. An unbelievable scene occurred. Wherever the gray light touched, the python's previously glossy body turned dull and shriveled. In moments, the python was reduced to skin and bones, its flesh and blood seemingly evaporated. The python died instantly. The skull wasn't done. It shook the white silk, drawing the entire python into its mouth, chewing with horrifying crunching sounds. Seeing his longtime companion meet such an end, the yellow-robed cultivator was both enraged and fearful, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the approaching white figures, then suddenly slapped the back of his head, spitting out a yellowish brick a few inches long. With a serious gesture, he directed the brick. The treasure spun into the air, growing rapidly until it was a giant structure over 10 feet wide, glowing brilliantly with runes, an awe-inspiring sight. So this is the Hunshan brick. Disappointing, not worth seeing. It seems I needn't show myself. The 5 demons will see you off. The hidden cultivator sighed, as if genuinely disappointed. As the words fell, the other white figures moved towards the yellow-robed cultivator, floating gently. Ignoring the contemptuous remarks, the yellow-robed cultivator surveyed the approaching figures, then shouted, his voice shaking the heavens. The Hunshan brick above his head spun rapidly, creating a whirlwind that enveloped him. The white figures seemed unfazed, shooting towards the whirlwind, seeking death. Countless yellow bricks shot from the whirlwind, engulfing the white figures in radiant light. Seizing the moment, a yellow rainbow shot from the whirlwind, streaking towards the horizon, reaching over 20 feet in an instant. A cold, bone-chilling snort followed. With several pops, 4 white figures emerged from the yellow light, unscathed, and disappeared from sight. Moments later, space fluctuated before the escaping rainbow, and the 4 white figures appeared, pouncing on it. The yellow-robed cultivator, startled, halted abruptly, raising his hand hurriedly. A massive yellow brick struck the white figures, but they passed through it unharmed, reaching the cultivator. Panicking, the cultivator revealed a blue token, spraying blue light that immobilized the white figures. Before he could rejoice, the figures dissolved into the blue light, and white shadows pierced his body, merging with him. The cultivator felt his nascent soul tighten, his body heat up, and his blood boil, his last sensations before he blacked out. Had anyone been nearby, they would have seen the cultivator's face rapidly shrivel, becoming a skeletal corpse. The white shadows consumed the nascent soul and then emerged as 4 skulls, savagely devouring the corpse. A 5th shadow leisurely joined them, and they stood together. Below, the sounds of battle had ceased. An elder in black robes flew up. "Greetings, Grand Elder. All 72 he family cultivators are dead. 300 mortal kin await your orders," the elder reported respectfully. "Kill them all," the mysterious cultivator ordered coldly. "Yes," the elder responded and flew down. "Wait, Elder G reported a cultivator who killed our 4th elder and stole the Yin Luo banner might be in southern Xinjiang. Search for this person. I will oversee matters here for a year. If he appears, I will kill him. Our sect's treasure cannot fall into outsiders' hands," the mysterious cultivator instructed darkly. "Understood. I will issue the order," the elder replied, flying down as a dark light. Half a month later, deep within the Yin-Yang cave, Han Li stood in a large wind tunnel. With a flick of his hands, over 10 golden flying swords swirled around his body, shredding the numerous moth-like creatures charging at him into pieces, which then disintegrated into wisps of black gas. These moths were about an inch in size, completely black, and their wings produced small wind blades as they flapped towards Han Li. However, these wind blades were easily deflected by the golden light from his swords. Seeing the seemingly endless swarm of moths, Han Li's face darkened in impatience. He suddenly grabbed his spirit beast pouch at his waist, casting it into the air. Instantly, clusters of golden flowers swarmed out, meeting the moths head-on. These were Han Li's gold-devouring beetles. As soon as the black moths made contact with the beetles, they fell from the air, clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Han Li retracted most of his flying swords and started walking deeper into the cave. Since this was a wind tunnel, the black wind around was exceptionally fierce. Even with his powerful divine sense, Han Li could only detect a few yards ahead. However, without the moths hindering him, he proceeded unafraid. Reaching the middle of the wind tunnel, Han Li's pupils flashed blue, his gaze piercing through the surrounding black wind, revealing everything clearly. After a quick sweep with his eyes, Han Li's expression changed slightly. He altered his direction and headed towards a particular spot. After walking about 20 yards, he raised his hand, and a misty white moonstone, enveloped in cyan spiritual energy, flew into the air, illuminating the surroundings. In the milky white light, a head-sized black crystal was half embedded in the opposite stone wall, only partially exposed. Surprisingly, from this crystal, amidst its dark glow, countless black moths continued to emerge, madly attacking Han Li and the glowing moonstone. However, they were intercepted midway by the gold-devouring beetles. In no time, the moths fell from the air, disintegrating before hitting the ground. This is the 3rd one already, but this one can transform yin qi into yin moths. How peculiar, Han Li muttered to himself. While Han Li was examining the crystal, it suddenly emitted a myriad of black rays. With a puff, a large moth, several feet wide, materialized from the black light. The moment it appeared, the moth fixed its blood-red eyes on Han Li. Han Li's eyebrows rose, and with a flick of his finger, a golden arc shot out, instantly pulverizing the giant moth. Despite whatever strange abilities the giant yin moth might have had, it stood no chance against Han Li's demon-slaying divine thunder. He then reached out towards the crystal in the air. A large cyan hand materialized in front of him, and with a bang, it forcibly extracted the crystal from the stone wall. The moment the crystal was removed, the fierce wind around them lessened significantly. The black moths fighting the gold devouring beetles also turned into black light and merged into the wind, vanishing. Ignoring this phenomenon, Han Li collected the crystal, attaching several restriction talismans to it before placing it in a large jade box and storing it in his storage pouch. After thoroughly searching the wind tunnel to ensure nothing was overlooked, Han Li exited and returned to the main passage. After exploring another small cave and walking several hundred yards further, the passage gradually narrowed until he finally reached a stone wall sealed with ice. Han Li sighed but approached and sent a cyan light into the wall with a gesture. With a putchy sound, the cyan light penetrated about 10 feet into the wall before disappearing. Han Li didn't stop there. He placed his hand on the wall and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that the wall was solid and contained no mechanisms or traps, he turned around and flew back the way he came. Since he had already cleared the way, he flew back several times faster. Although he didn't know the exact size of the yin-yang cave, based on the types of ghosts he encountered, Han Li believed they were nearing the core of the cave. However, the absence of the yin-zhai mushroom up to this point made Han Li increasingly impatient. Having risked much to refine the Three Flames fan and ventured into this cave, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Breaking through from the mid to late nascent soul stage was notoriously difficult. Although Han Li had never attempted it, he could imagine. Even among the prodigious mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, only 3 had successfully advanced to the late stage in the entire Tian-Nan region. Although there were more late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the Great Jin, they were still exceedingly rare compared to the vast number of cultivation sects and cultivators. Despite possessing the celestial phoenix cultivation technique, Han Li had no guarantee of breaking through to the late nascent soul stage. The emergence of the nascent formation pill, which could refine a nascent soul, was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. If he couldn't find the yin-zhai mushroom in the yin-yang cave, Han Li would have to devise a way to obtain the nascent formation pill recipe from the wealthy elder. Although the chances were slim, with the recipe, he could search for the yin-zhai mushroom elsewhere. The world surely had more places where yin-qi gathered than just the yin-yang cave. As he flew, Han Li coldly pondered his plans. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked ahead. He saw a green light flashing towards him. Without much thought, he flicked his sleeve, sending out a piece of cyan mist that enveloped the green light and pulled it down. The green light dimmed in the mist, revealing a small green sword with a red jade slip attached. Hanley pressed his lips together, retrieved the jade slip, and threw the flying sword back into the air. The green sword emitted a clear hum, circled once, and vanished into the black wind. Hanley paid it no mind, instead focusing his divine sense on the jade slip. A trace of the yin-zhai mushroom, that's excellent news. Hanley's face lit up with a smile after a moment. He then took out a pale white array disc. With a tap, the disc's surface turned mirror-like, revealing 4 differently colored light spots. After a quick scan of their positions, Hanley put away the disc and increased his flying speed. Half a day later, Hanley arrived at a crossroads where the burly Yuan, the wealthy elder, sat facing an eastern passage, meditating. The purple orb floated above the elder's head. "Taoist Yuan, did you find that creature?" Hanley asked as he landed in the purple light. "Indeed, the yin-zhai mushroom is in this passage. But it's cunning, and I couldn't capture it alone, so I blocked the exit and waited for you," Yuan replied with a chuckle, showing a hint of excitement. "That's good. With its whereabouts known, capturing it is only a matter of time," Hanley nodded with a smile. "Sister Chang and Taoist Bai are a bit farther away. We need to wait for them. The more of us, the better," the wealthy elder added, also smiling. Feeling relieved, Hanley sat down to wait. After several hours, the black-clad woman and Bai Yai arrived. Hearing the news, they were equally delighted. Without delay, they set up several simple formations at the crossroads and then flew into the eastern passage together. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after they left, 3 black corpses emerged from the ground at the crossroads. These corpses, with hollow chests and skin wrapped tightly around bones, had eyes glowing with icy green light, staring emotionlessly in the direction Hanley and the others had gone. The group searched each cave along the eastern passage one by one. To prevent any accidents, usually 3 people would enter a cave to explore, while the others guarded the passage to prevent the yin-zhai horse from escaping. Before long, they arrived at the spot where the man surnamed Yuan had discovered the yin-zhai horse. It was a small cave. This time, the black-clothed beauty and Bai Yai stayed outside, while Hanley and the others went inside to take a look. As soon as they entered, they noticed something unusual about the cave. Not only was the yin wind inside very weak, but there was also a warm feeling. As a result, besides finding some soft, sandy soil, they also discovered several rare warm jade ores piled in a corner of the cave. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, a mix of medicinal and sandalwood scents. A glance at the ground revealed some messy hoof-like prints, but they were several times smaller in size. "Indeed, it is the yin-zhai horse," said the old man surnamed Fu, rubbing his hands in excitement after circling the hoof prints twice and sniffing the air. "Since Brother Fu says so, it must be true. Let's pursue it immediately. This passage isn't very wide, likely a branch passage. If we follow it closely, we should be able to corner it," the man surnamed Yuan said with a flush of excitement on his face. "Yes, you're right. Let's." The old man surnamed Fu nodded, but before he could finish his sentence, a rumbling sound interrupted him. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the entire cave began to tremble. Then, waves of roaring sounds came from outside the cave, as if they were very close. Startled, the three of them activated their protective spells simultaneously, transforming into 3 streaks of light and flying out of the cave. In a flash, they appeared in the passage, where the 2 women were staring ahead in shock. Footsteps echoed continuously from the distance, causing the entire passage to tremble with each step. The terrifying roars seemed to come from the same direction. They exchanged glances, and without needing any reminder, each summoned their respective magical treasures, looking ahead with serious expressions. While the others were obstructed by the black yin wind and couldn't see far, Han Li's pupils flashed with blue light, allowing him to see a ghostly creature more than 100 feet away. He couldn't help but gasp. It was a giant wolf covered in green fur. This wolf stood over 3 meters tall on all fours, its head as large as a small house, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp black claws like blades. What shocked Han Li the most was that, as the giant wolf roared, it occasionally spewed out green corpse fire from its mouth. Whenever the green flames touched the icy walls on either side, they melted, leaving deep grooves that glowed with a green light. Corpse wolf. The name of this ghostly creature flashed in Han Li's mind. However, ordinary corpse wolves were not this large. This wolf's size far exceeded any records in the ancient texts. Additionally, the aura it emitted was far stronger than that of a common ghost. Han Li was about to warn the others, but he suddenly noticed something half hidden on the wolf's head and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "That's the Yin Zhai horse." "What? What did you say, Brother Han?" The old man surnamed Fu asked in confusion, turning his head slightly. "A powerful ghost creature is coming, and the Yin Zhai horse seems to be with it," Han Li replied briefly. The Yin Zhai horse. Upon hearing this, the others were both delighted and anxious. By now, the massive form of the giant wolf was faintly visible through the yin wind. Although its exact appearance wasn't clear, the sight of such a large silhouette made the old man surnamed Fu and the others uneasy, quickly wiping the smiles off their faces. The black-clothed beauty's face darkened. She suddenly flicked her fingers, sending more than a dozen white light balls shooting upward. Instead of aiming at the giant wolf, the light balls exploded in midair, illuminating the area ahead brightly. The terrifying appearance of the giant wolf was fully revealed to the others, causing their faces to change color. These were experienced individuals, and they could immediately tell how dangerous the wolf was. But in that moment, they also saw a white figure clinging to the wolf's head. Though its lower body was buried in the green fur, The exposed part was clearly a white, tender horse head, with two green eyes staring at them. Their shock was mingled with joy. Everyone be careful. Don't let the yin-jai horse escape. This corpse wolf seems to be a mutated ghost, and although it's troublesome, the 5 of us nascent soul cultivators should be able to kill it easily. Taoist Bai, you only need to focus on capturing the yin-jai horse, the old man surnamed Fu reminded, then patted his waist. A chain-like treasure emitting a black light flew out, darting towards the giant wolf like a venomous snake. The others also took action. The black-clothed beauty flicked her sleeve, sending out 3 crimson flying swords. The man surnamed Yuan pointed at a jade tablet in front of him, releasing several winged scorpions that flew towards the wolf. Han Li lightly blew, causing several flying swords to glow brightly, turning into golden lights that swept forward. Meanwhile, Bai Yai flipped her hand, revealing a semi-transparent silk net. With a light shake, the net transformed into a white mist, enveloping the giant wolf and the yin-jai horse on its head. Although it was their first time cooperating, the combined might of their treasures was formidable. The yin-jai horse seemed quite intelligent, shrinking further into the wolf's fur and refusing to come out as it saw the attacks. The corpse wolf's eyes flashed with ferocity. It stopped roaring, opened its mouth wide, and spewed a continuous stream of green corpse fire, forming a massive wave that met the incoming treasures. For a moment, green flames and the light of the treasures intertwined and clashed. Han Li's flying swords and the others' treasures were all blocked by the corpse fire, unable to get close to the giant wolf. The winged scorpions summoned by the jade tablet were instantly turned to ash by the green flames. The corpse fire's power was clearly significant. Even the white silk net aiming for the yin-jai horse was held up by the green flames, unable to descend. Seeing this, Bai Yai couldn't help but snort coldly. Coming from the northern extreme palace, which was located in an icy region, her treasures and techniques were all cold attributed, making her disdainful of the corpse fire. Before Han Li and the others could react, she chanted a spell, and her body glowed with a white light. A layer of white mist emerged, making her look like an ice fairy. The temperature around them plummeted. While Han Li and the old man surnamed Fu were fine, the black-clothed beauty and the man surnamed Yuan shivered involuntarily. The giant wolf seemed to sense the danger. It inhaled deeply, then spewed out more corpse fire. At the same time, Bai Yai spat out her ice fan, which hovered in the air before landing in her jade hand. Radiating cold light, she gently fanned towards the corpse wolf. This time, the wind that came from the fan was not the yellow wind Han Li had seen before, but a biting cold wind filled with ice crystals. The green and white lights clashed, drowning out the other treasure's glow, with explosions ringing out continuously. The corpse wolf's corpse fire was indeed formidable. Even facing an ice attribute technique that restrained it, the corpse fire held its ground. Bai Yai's face flushed slightly with anger. With a shake of her fan, it doubled in size, increasing the power of the icy wind. Seeing this, the old man and the others knew they couldn't let Bai Yeai fight the ghost alone. The old man pointed at the chain he had previously summoned. With a light pop, black flames ignited on the chain, which then multiplied into dozens of fiery chains, forming a huge net that descended on the giant wolf. The black-clothed beauty chanted a spell, causing the 3 crimson flying swords to merge into one giant sword that slashed down. The man surnamed Yuan quietly put away his jade tablet and brought out a blue gourd, from which he released a thick purple mist that floated towards the wolf. Seeing the others unleashing their full power, Han Li's eyebrow twitched. He subtly flicked his sleeve, and a red line vanished instantly. With so many attacks coming at once, the giant wolf, despite its strength, was overwhelmed. When the fiery net and the giant sword joined the assault, the corpse fire was pushed back. The purple mist was also approaching. Although the corpse wolf lacked high intelligence, its natural instinct sensed the danger. Its body shrank, and the hair on its back stood on end. With a low growl, it shot out a dense barrage of green light, covering the 5 of them. Caught off guard, they had to defend against the green light, momentarily halting their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the mutated corpse wolf turned and fled down the passage.